me one more minute. Yeah. Wonderful day. Okay. We'll be alright. Um. Hi, it's me. How you doing, Jester, Jacqueline Foster, Mr. David Bowen, Mr. Glenn. Goliath. David, that joke's old. We don't use that one. Really just killed Merkel. I'm glad you mentioned that, Sora. So, I was helpfully provided with, a list of some of the undocumented changes in patch 6. Including to certain encounters, and hey, Control. I was on the fence about, which ones I wanted to look into, so I decided to read through all of them. And I'm very glad I did, because this will give me time to plan, because my kind of worst fear happened, and the thing they added to Karnus is the specific flavor of shit I don't like, and I would have probably gotten really mad finding that one, like, unaware. Also, it helps to know the Merkel change.
Very well.
Your resets? Yeah, yesterday was cursed. That's number one. Death number 2 is less spectacular. Clip number 1's still better. Death number 2 is just the Bugbear Assassin decided to be in his own turn-based mode. So we were in 2 separate turn orders, so he took 2 turns to my 1, and I couldn't take that much damage. So 2 key points. Yeah, let's thin out some more of the nulls. So what was the change? Undocumented changes? Hey, Trade. I fell asleep. How far did you get? So, spoilers for Karnus' legendary action, by the way. If you don't want to hear it, tune back in about, 15 seconds from right now. Okay, 3, 2, 1. So, Karnus has a damage retort on allies. You attack an ally in his aura, and you take damage, and have a chance to be silenced. So they just took Nirs, made it more dumb, and put it on Karnus. Yeah, I don't like it. It's the kind of thing where I doubt I even fight that enemy now. Got level 4. Nice. No more cursed events, hopefully.
The parasite is stuck.
Oh yeah, I still haven't rested.
It refuses both to leave or to allow itself to be used as you desire.
Like, do I rest now? I want to get, Smuggler's Ring before I go for that. I could probably take out a couple more nulls. I play this off stream too. I got back to where I was for my first attempt, just kind of for the sake of time. Yeah, understandable.
Don't want to draw any attention. Time to press ahead.
Monk. E. How you doing, Marina? Now I know why you stall getting in the Shadowfall so much. Everything I've missed, the entirety of the crush is the most painful. In your defense, the game is kind of
Don't want to think about why my eye is itching.
very obstinate that you have to choose, but like you don't. Do not at all. Like initiative wise. I have +1. Yeah, I actually don't want to pick this fight right now. Character growth.
Have to keep going.
I'd hop on Pal World, test some stuff. Nice. Lead combat every time I kill an ally. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna handle Harness. So this also puts a damper on something I was gonna mess around with on the eventual Paladin run was, you know, control undead on Karnus, but that's just not gonna happen now.
Never wanted the easy path.
I need to pass perception to be able to move that. I see.
Not for me.
Alarm telling me to start streaming. I have had a very upset tummy for
Quiet. Move with
I
care.
should be sneaking here.
A knife in the dark.
For like 9 hours.
Let's have
It's
a
been
look.
very unpleasant. Morning guest, how are you? Wake up super early tomorrow, have a great Saturday. Take it easy, David. Guess encounter went better, did the disguise self-performance checks much easier, forgot her Groot lays out before that, so she showed up. You can tell her to shut up during the dialogue and do it yourself. That's something.
Have I been this way before? Never wanted the easy path.
Karlach's down there. We don't need to go over there yet, though. Go up here. Fast travel.
Should mind my step. Anything of use? Whatever killed those gnolls might be nearby. Careful.
Yeah, high chance that I end up doing a lot of archery on this run. Like, we'll see. I see this gnoll has a spear, but I can't use it. I want that spear.
Bodies everywhere. Accident or sabotage?
Okay. Kaga evidence. I don't want to do that until I have key points, though. So I do need to respec. I need to respec to get attitude with certain vendors up. I didn't do a Withers dungeon. It'll be basically free at this point. Also, I saved Aelin. I was thinking about that. My Merkel strat might actually reverse on itself and become save Aelin and get surprise round. And just deal with an extra round of Ketheric. Maybe. Haven't decided. I think the worst thing about BD3 is the UI. Yeah, I'm kind of on the same page there. Okay, come on. I have a lot of bonuses. Don't be like this. A lot worse UIs? Yes, that doesn't mean that this one is without problems.
Place wasn't built for the living. What's in here?
I still always treat this room as if the trap goes off. Don't think I can give up Sphere of Evening. Yeah, understandable. Understandable. It is legitimately just that good. Do I wear armor here despite not being proficient? Like, it just turns off my spellcasting and my movement speed, but that's it. Do I just wear Armored Monk? Like, despite not having proficiency? Do I have to care? I can still do my Shadow Monk shit. Need to double the resources out of testing, like 12 chain lightning instead of 6, and 20 big potions. So I found out what the changes to Ketheric and Merkel are as well, trade. The Ketheric stuff is pretty minor. With the exception they changed the Necromites. But the Merkel thing is kind of relevant for some strats. It's like, huh. That's gonna require some thought. Bought him yesterday, wasn't exactly sure the difference. Alright, again, spoiler warning. Come back in like 20 seconds if you don't want to know. Give you a 3 count. 3, 2, 1. So Ketheric got a bunch of stat increases to his attributes. The Necromites apparently now have a level 2 Armor of Agathis effect on them. And Merkel now has 2 DR. So 2 DR might not sound like a lot, but that means Callous Glow doesn't do damage. Acid Ring doesn't do damage. Lightning Charges don't do damage. Magic Missile has a 50% chance to not do damage. So, we're back in Chain Lightning Town. Doesn't change much for you. Yeah, for Rogue, you're doing big instances, so it's fine. But that's the kind of thing where it's like, huh. It's the same thing that makes Answer kind of a hassle for some builds. He's not offensively threatening, like, at all, but some things just don't damage him. But with Merkel, there's the offensive threat and the fact that he heals. Merkel ended my run, I was ill-prepared. My first ever honor reset was to Merkel. I was not prepared.
Armed scribes. No sign of a struggle.
Can't you just banishment answer? I don't know, can you? And does that kill him? Because the answer to that part is no. Yeah, you can flip a series of coins to maybe buy yourself one turn. Like I said, answer isn't offensively threatening. You can just straight up tank the AoE. I don't care about the AoE. It's the fact that it takes forever to damage him. With some classes.
Might be useful.
It's an area where something like, say, Paladin, or Fighter, or Bard does very well, because they can just do several big numbers in one turn.
Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets.
Monk's pretty okay there, too. I know the book is 15 XP. Can't you just Paladin through? On that fight, yeah. That's a Paladin fight. You can just click the funny button in that one. Because that class also has good saving throws. So you can just tank AoEs. Notice I saw this from What are you saying? Didn't know that Death Ward restores actions. Oh, I'm gonna assume from a short. Yeah, you get your actions back in Death Ward, but the problem is you need to control where you go in the initiative order. Same thing happens if you get revived as well, like fully revived, Revivify scroll.
Statue. Seems they worship some kind of scholar.
Reset reason looks sus. Yeah, so the Bugbear Assassin was in its own turn order when I went in turn-based to interrupt it doing its turn-based thing. So we were in different turn orders. I was in combat with it, but it wasn't in combat with me, but I was still a target, so it took 2 turns on me before I took my 1, and then I couldn't get away, so then it just killed me on its second turn. I didn't clip that because it wasn't as funny as the other death. Skill issue? Real. I do want to block this one in. I was on the fence about it, but... I'll be okay. I have 17 AC. Surely that'll be fine, right? Put that on for now. Actually, I'm not going to block this one in. I'll just drag that one over. Were we here yesterday? I didn't do the fight. Urban Mech. I never actually went into this room, and I would like to get to speak with Dead Amulet, and also all the soul coins that are in here, because they sell well. So no mercy for Aaron this time. Hey, Steve. Give it the great stuff, man. Doing my first solo run. Hey, best of luck. Best of luck. Paste vendor revenge. Aaron really just said, eh. I swear he knew of all the things that happened to him in previous lives.
Fall by my hand.
Am I right in thinking Aaron was hostile because you were saving Alfira? You are. You are. Fancies himself as the police. He's one of the guards. Yeah. It's crazy. For some reason, Aaron is the highest priority guard. He's fucking Grove Super Cop. For some reason. You learned the reason yesterday. Listen. I'm coping. Quick kills doesn't stack. Watching the world champ, the future world champ. Life is good. Life is good. Mr. Madness, how you doing? Do we chalk it up to you're carried by Alert and Aaron proved it? Well, I didn't know he would even be there, but Alert would have saved me, yes. So, I can't argue with that. Actually, we'll put that on that side. The thing I hate about Tavern Brawler specs is not having alert immediately. Yeah, once I get access to vigilance pots, it'll be fine. It's just annoying.
Out of sight, out of mind. Oh, hells. Something just woke up. Best be on my way.
Forgot a D there, somehow. Bonk running vigilance pots makes a lot of sense. Relatively low opportunity cost. Yeah. Incorrect, Nightbot. Aaron has the best feet in the game. He's gotta with the amount of running he's doing. Can I not unequip? You're not unequip as a free action anymore? You're not unequip in turn-based mode as for free? Huh. That changes some strats. I'm trying to right-click and it's just not, it's not working. Or free cast. I don't care about free cast, Jacqueline. Free cast is directly addressed other than that in the notes. Pay attention to what's being said.
Can't slow down. What now?
A bunch of stuff isn't working. F1 wasn't centering me there. Weird.
Better be cautious. Into the bloody fray!
28, 24, you know, balanced numbers. Chill tap, you be sneaking. Sneaking into the bloody fray.
Time to press ahead.
Only 5 XP each, but like I said, I want the money from in here. Jumping is more action economy efficient here, but what if I just
Out of sight, out of mind. That should work.
Really? You had to get spotted? Really?
Best be on my way.
Come on. More encounters, you can build little pens for the NPCs. I'm checking to see the Hill Giant chair is still there intact. It was in the room. It was just in a different spot than it used to be on Honor. It's probably still there. Camera, why are you getting stuck in the fucking wall? What is this?
Think you can take me on?
It's actually annoying. When I'm out of key points, I need to, like... make sure I don't... Anyone else have this happen, or is this just my game being weird? Like, sometimes your inspect breaks. That's annoying. Just not being able to unequip things. Because, like, logically speaking, in tabletop, you can just drop your equipped item. And it's fine. Still on top floor? Yeah, it is. What elf has highest movement speed? Yes. Sure. Miss me? But I can't do it now either, so I want to say I'm bugged. I'm going to make a save, go back to the main menu, go back into game, and see if it lets me do the thing. What if they entirely broke unequipping gear? Paranormal choice band, Metagross, explosion, bullet punch, meteor matches, and headbutt. Needs to equip gear, overrated. It's true. Yeah, so I guess I'll try double clicking. The right click menu doesn't pop up. How big is the advantage you think going Wood Elf for Monk? Fuck all. Next to nothing. Like, if your advantage from your class is already movement, why would you give up any possible race bonuses for more movement? Like, movement speed is good, but you know what's better than movement speed? On-demand advantage on intimidation performance checks, fire resistance, and dark vision. Just able to unequip reaction turn-based. Okay, so I need to double-click. Let's... Okay, no, we're still good. We're still good. Withers isn't in here anymore, but there's a many-target arrow in there. Like that. They gave a bunch of items different icons. Like this blue border on Amulet of Lost Voices is new. I don't have any key points, so I shouldn't pick a fight over here. Monk, you're using it for stealth advantage, which tons of other races have. What do you mean stealth advantage? Had a delay between disabling turn-based and reactivating on console. That delay was always there on PC. Like, see this? I can't re-enter until this stops moving. On the chat, they literally just moved to 5 feet away. Yeah, it was enough to give me, you know, serious anxiety. Because I was like, oh shit, it's not exactly where it used to be. Oh shit.
Everything all right out there?
Oh. Well, I don't need to care about that. So he won't be surprised if I go through the door now. Will he gather everyone up? Oh, well, I don't need to care about that. I don't even really need to go in there, to be honest. Bugged quest marker, but who cares? Did I get the Infernal Iron in here? I don't think I did. My situational advantage. Yeah, that just shows now. I don't know. That just shows from having this on for some reason. I don't have situational advantage. It's just from the spell I cast. But it just does that now. They're decent looking for group Discord for BG3. I do not know of any. I've never bothered to look, though. There's always 4 thieves' tools in here.
Here goes nothing. Blueprints.
I do prioritize Resilient Con versus Warcaster with melee build. That's concentration. Warcaster is better.
Wonder what's past this.
No real nuance to it. Warcaster's just better. I would think playing with random people would be an exercise in chaos, yeah. Recently learned the more damage you receive, the harder concentration and throw is to make. Is it really? Interesting. I thought it would have been fixed DC, but that's kind of cool. Still, though. There's the 2 by the Owlbear Cave. Still putting off resting. I want to have Speak with Animals active. I didn't get Scratch yet either. Alright, we got 2 things to do over here. Scratch, and then... Owlbear Cave?
What's up for discussion?
DC 10 or half the damage dealt. Nice.
Keep moving, stranger. I told you to go. What are you doing? Get back!
Karmic Dice, I guess, also impacts computer rolls, so longer turns the fighter is high AC party member, the more likely they'll be hit. Yeah, I don't use Karmic Dice.
Perhaps that's true. Still, you should go. Of course he will. And then we'll return home. No, I won't leave him. If it...
Almost no doggo. Going for the perception check first is free. I would have used inspiration there.
Bet that will
Need
fit in
be.
my pack.
Karmic Dice rumored or reported to be fucking compared with the stated intent of them for 1 point. It does exactly what it says it does, Foster. It makes it so it tries to even out your RNG. So if you, for example, get a streak of good RNG, it'll just give you some bad RNG. If you get a streak of bad RNG, it'll just give you some good RNG. And you don't want that, because that's not helpful. Because if you're running around with good RNG for a while, due to, you know, stacking up bonuses to give yourself only like a 1 to 2% miss rate, and you have Karmic Die on, well, you're gonna have Karmic Die moments. Not sure anymore. Scratch has initiated combat multiple times because he caught me stealing from Withers. No. Wait. Video also stated the gap between Resilient Con and Warcaster isn't much. They stated getting the +1 con with proficiency average is 0.5 less than advantage, which blew me away. So they said you might as well gain the HP. You don't gain HP, though, unless you're putting your stats on a shitty number, because +1 Constitution doesn't get you anything. Did they mention that? Also, Warcaster gives you a reaction version of Shock and Grasp you can just use. So it's having Shock and Grasp and better saves versus slightly worse saves, no Shock and Grasp, and no HP unless you also sabotage your ability scores elsewhere in your spec. It's just worse. Hey Viper, being biased to turn off Shock and Grasp with lower damage and opportunity attack. That's not always true. That's often not true. What if the enemy is wet? You get double damage. What if you're not really set up for melee damage, but you have a really good spellcasting support system? Like, seems like that video isn't really accounting for sensible decision making.
Can't risk being in open view.
This Spider Matriarch fight, holy fuck. Prep for Insane Will. Let's go. You did the thing.
Hope this ends well. Softer than a whisper. On my way.
Or his resistance to physical damage. Yeah, yeah. This is one of the problems I have with people who profess to be, like, knowledgeable about mechanics in video games, on YouTube specifically. They will make a generalization based off their personal experience without accounting for things that are objectively true. And I hate it. And it's objectively true that in Baldur's Gate 3, it is very easy to make Shock and Grasp do more damage than a single melee swing. Very easy.
Maybe I should. Oh, this is good. Right, time to skulk about.
Well, I need hand crossbows. Initiate with a bonus action. Force the surprise. First thing with the video is they presented the data so well. Sucks it wasn't correct. It's all about presentation. Whatever YouTuber this is being good at presenting information means they're good at their job. It's just their information isn't correct.
Alright then. Walk in death. I'll take that.
Can also be devoid of all nuance or context like said video. And that's the one that gets me the most. Anything that professes to say best or this is better than this and does not provide context for those claims, throw out all takes from that person. Like, if someone tells you something is better than something else, why? And for part of what you mentioned, you know, they provided numbers. Well, it averages out to 0.5 more, so you may as well gain the HP. Even though that's wrong because, you know, they left out the bit where +1 con doesn't give you more HP. The part where they said that opportunity attacks do more than Shock and Grasp, yeah, that's just not true unless your context is like an enemy that resists lightning. I don't know if you want to see the video and give a fact check. No, it gets into murky waters whenever we start, you know, naming names and how drama starts. Also, I don't care that much about whatever people are doing on YouTube because it's a shitstorm constantly. But know that the information presented in that is just not accurate to how the game works. I can subscribe yesterday, and that's fine. There's a high chance that that person's content is good, and that they just had the odd mistake. Everyone gets things wrong.
I don't need any attention.
That stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt.
Includes
I'm on
me.
my feet.
But attitude around accuracy of information is something that, years of being entirely too nerdy about theory crafting shit have made me very sensitive on. Because too often in a fandom, you'll find some YouTuber with a big subscriber count who knows they don't have to actually be accurate, so they present themselves as an authority, spread misinformation that sticks for years in the collective memory of that fandom, and don't give a fuck about it, because it doesn't affect them. Shout out to my Borderlands homies.
Pave my path with corpses.
You've
Build my
I don't think that makes you dangerous. An easy meal.
Recently seemed to have come to BG3, only like 3 videos on it.
Brave, you can go.
Very well could be. Just the lesson here is always ask why. Take stuff presented as facts for game mechanics with a grain of salt and, you know, sources, math. Situations where you can quantify the value of things. In any sort of build crafting environment, the value of things is situational. For example, Minor Illusion is one of the most useful utility spells in this game. But if your goal was, say, doing a lot of single target damage, Minor Illusion is probably close to worthless. So if someone was saying, hey, best spells for melting, I don't know, let's say your gear. Minor Illusion wouldn't be particularly high on the list. Usable, but something like, say, Chain Lightning wouldn't be great. But if you flip that on its head, and let's say you're fighting Answer, well, Chain Lightning's fucking worthless. You know, situations matter. So much about the game, loving the Cantor Friends, doing so much. Friends is great. Friends a charming thing? Yeah.
air is heavy.
Basically, be careful who you use it on, like Batshit Man said. People will notice when Friends wears off. So, like, if you're near them when the effect wears off, they'll know instantly what you did. And most don't react well to that. Don't kill me, Lae'zel.
Intertwine. You sense a touch of uncertainty, a touch of the great warrior Lae'zel.
I call Raphael as a monk. Like, if you had her on this, how would you? Get a surprise round.
You are
Black hole everything in. Key resonance. Blast as many of them as possible. And then play like a rat.
Don't. You will not become a mind flip.
Stubborn.
There is. I will keep the fight.
Monk could pretty reasonably destroy 1 to 2 pillars per turn, so you could spend some time doing that, but
You spot a name on the dog's collar. Scratch.
The Cambions do a lot of damage, especially if they're near Raphael.
My condition likes being
But
ignored.
the
as
door
little
isn't
as I
closed, so
do.
you can just kite through.
I must consume another artifact. And soon. Listen, I need to speak to you. She revealed herself to me. I sought a We come now to the crux. What if?
In its teeth.
As long as I absorb it'd level a city the size. All of this. Now.
Time to match one. I want a Raging Bolt. Play the video game that you own. Playing Violet right now? That's the wrong one, sir.
Let's see.
Yours? No. It's just light mind control. It's not like you're dominating them, Charger versus ASI for combat. I don't know why I feel like Charger's rank low in the community. Mobility, added damage, avoiding opportunity attacks seems nice. Charger on paper is really good. The big deal breaker with Charger is that it's an action and a bonus action. It costs both. So that immediately puts it at odds with a lot of other more efficient things.
Cut down by
Charger is good though.
How cruel.
Of those two, I guess ASI would be better, but, like, I would still say not ASI. I would say neither, to be honest. Like, you've got stuff like Savage Attacker, Great Weapon Master, Alert, Tavern Brawler. Like, there's better stuff on the table than either of those
Wish I had a
feats.
bag of holding. An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune.
Avoiding Will to shame him. No, I'm gonna be honest, I just kind of forgot about Will for a minute. That as I am to say, I never twin spell Chain Lightning, at least gonna do that once before going to patch 6. Apparently you can still twin spell Hail of
Looks
Thorns.
like a shrine to Selûne over
The,
there.
like, pause champ. I almost brain farted and clicked on that chest, by the way. I don't know how much damage that does, that could have killed me.
Still isn't, so that's progress.
Want to try a build, use Shillelagh, thinking about turn 1 being an application of Shillelagh, and then just trying to jump around and fight with Charger. So instead of that, you could take Ritual Caster, enhance Leap yourself before the fight, then just use your bonus action to jump. And still have your regular action for an attack, which could be, you know, whatever you might have available. Did I fail the perception check? Annoying. Well, guess I'm not getting this 15 XP. That's fine. When you take Savage Attacker, it feels like only go in Great Weapon Master build. Any build that's using Divine Smite. And the more additional die you have on your attacks, the better it is. For example, let's say I had Helldust Gloves that add an extra 1d4 fire damage to my attacks. That would get rerolled too. Works on every die, yes. Maybe it's naughty then to know that. Yeah, it's every die. So it's more consistent hits, more consistent crits, more consistent smites. Morning Lord's Radiance, Helldust Gloves, Fire Dips. Astarian's now a level 4. Should I just keep sticking to Rogue Assassin? Should I multiclass and anything? Try stuff out. Try stuff out, Viper. There's no wrong answers there.
can absorb it for your good.
Field of Thrall is looking real tempting. I do want Call the Weak, though. Like, Backlash could be good. There's so many things. So, like, dealing with Karnus, Backlash might actually be relevant, because they increase the level of his spells. Like, a Sanctuary is level 4. So that's 4d4 psychic damage. Not much, and I wouldn't expect it to roll well, but that's an amount. Even Witch Bolt works in this game. Witch Bolt is really good in this game because of how easy it is to get enemies wet, and you can force crits with Luck of the Far Realms. One of the most consistent boss melting strats you can apply to most of the bosses in the game is Wet plus Destructive Wrath plus Luck of the Far Realms Witch Bolt. I have seen a 202 damage Witch Bolt on Thistlebolt. I didn't do it myself, but I've seen someone else do it. Actually, don't use Acid Arrow. Acid Arrow is pretty bad, even in the game. What tadpoles have I not taken? I have one from Nettie, one from Gut, and one from Edwin. If I get Flynn's... Get Flynn's for Call the Weak. The channel you shared? Yeah, that one. The side quester? Yeah. That's the one.
Have I got everything then?
The reason I was looking at chargers, also looking at mobile as an option, try to fight around surface areas like Spike Growth and cut out a fight. I don't know how viable that would be. Mobile's pretty good. It's a Crusher's Ring worth of movement speed, just unconditionally, which is good. This ring is used in a lot of builds throughout the entire game. Worded another way, it's equal to Longstrider. It's equal to the racial bonus of Wood Elves. 3 meters of movement speed is nice when you're not giving up something substantial for it. The feat just for that would be kind of questionable, but you also get this thing where enemies you hit will get this condition, Sluggardly, which it applies a condition, so that can be relevant for things like Reverb Boots, or Diadem of Arcane Synergy, so that's a plus. But also, enemies that have that condition cannot opportunity attack you. So that can be good for playing like a rat while doing melee stuff. In fact, mobile's not a not a terrible choice for this kind of run, because it would give me the ability to run up, punch someone, and if they're not gonna die, I just run away and force them to dash to me, and I just keep doing that. Mobile's a good feat. Definitely underappreciated. Comfortably better than ability score increase. Like, ability score increase is legitimately one of the weaker feats in this game. I know that's making someone snap and look at the screen like, the fuck did this idiot on the internet just say? But it's true. +1 to an ability score modifier is almost never better than a mechanical increase. Such as getting the ability to have flat +10 damage on your attacks from Sharpshooter, Great Weapon Master, getting an extra bonus action attack from Great Weapon Master on top of that, getting accuracy and damage from Tavern Brawler, and a half ASI from Tavern Brawler. Remember, Tavern Brawler's +1 strength or +1 con, your choice. So, way better. Want to sneak attack twice with mobile? Getting away to multi-sneak attack in this game would be so fun. I suppose you can do it by fighting someone from outside of, like, a turn order. But, ASI plus stats never better than a feat in the D&D optimization community. Glad to know that that's the case over there too. Would your final stats be level 12 for Monk? Most likely, I'll have 23 Constitution from that amulet. I'll have 16 Wisdom, 18 Dexterity, 20 Strength. Most likely. There's some room for slight variation there. That's good advice from Patchett, man. Maybe stick to pure classes so we have an idea of what different classes can offer to each other. That's good for a first run through. I didn't multi-class in my first playthrough. Of course, that ended up with me having Astarion as an Arcane Trickster the whole game, because I hadn't read the menu properly when I assigned a subclass, and I was like, hey, does this ever get better? It didn't really. Not to say Arcane Trickster is completely without use, but it is definitely a little baffling compared to something with obvious value like Thief or Assassin. Effects from gloves? No. From +2 from clothes from my current decks. Gloves will most likely be Helldusk gloves. Like, once I get access to the Sparkle Hands, I use those almost exclusively until I get access to Flawed Helldusk gloves, and then I use those almost exclusively until I get access to Helldusk gloves. Those three are going to be there for, like, the whole game. If you got the Radiant damage on Unarmed Strike gloves in Act 2, I'd use those, but you don't. They're an Act 3 item. And that's honestly where they're least useful. I'm having a thonk here. Auga Evidence. Next rest event is probably Alfira, but, like, sorry, Alfira. Yeah, sorry. Any target arrow is nice to have. I need to respec. Be careful about stealing my money back from Withers, I guess. Hope Scratch doesn't see me.
Dost thou require as thou...
Hey Scott, how are you? My character, I'm just gonna go 6 Sorcerer, 2 Fighter, and keep leveling Sorcerer. Why 2 Fighter levels just for Action Surge? Action Surge is good, and you get the weapon and armor proficiencies too, so yeah. Whatever works for you. We're at a point where I can really access Mage Armor scrolls better. I don't need any wisdom. We're gonna do something that looks weird, but I picked it up from trade. We're gonna hang out on odd number charisma. Reason being, that'll enable me to have Smuggler's Ring equipped and not be negative. Until we get Ethel boost. That's gonna be optimal.
Softer than a whisper. What to choose?
Was proficiency interfere with sorcerer casting? Nope. You can actually go fighter and caster while wearing heavy armor. You can. Helldusk gloves versus the gloves that Hope gives. The gloves that Hope gives give you 2 free points in Constitution, which is cool. And, you know, force damage as a bonus is nice, and it's a D10, so it's a bigger die than other gloves that improve your unarmed damage. And you even have the option to give up your bonus for a turn to get a heal. It's all good stuff. But the thing is, Eldust gloves give you bonus to attack rolls. Fire damage is still a good bonus to have, because it's mechanically compatible with a bunch of other things. Eldust gloves apply bleed when you land unarmed strikes or throws as well. And Helldust gloves are much easier to get. Plus, the +2 Constitution from Gloves of Soul Catching is completely irrelevant if you're wearing the Amulet of Greater Constitution, which sets that stat to 23 already. So, as good as those gloves are in, like, a casual run, by the time you get them, even if you take the risk to do it in, like, a challenge run, they're not really an upgrade. You know, that amulet I mentioned is in the same location without having to do the boss fight. Same with the gloves. Gotta deal with Harlep to get the gloves, and you just have to, like, steal to get the amulet. So, it's funny, a lot of the like, legendary gear in this game is stuff that looks totally busted OP on first inspection, and definitely has at least one good thing about it, but ultimately ends up pretty fucking mid. Balduran's Giant Slayer. It's just Titan String, but a greatsword that lets you enlarge. But it's slashing damage, so it's worse than most of the other two-handers. It's behind a boss fight that, you know, you don't have to do. Silver Sword of the Astral Plane is really good if you get in Act 1. Immediately gets replaced in Act 2, and Act 3, the point where you're supposed to get it, there's lots of stuff that's better, because, again, the slashing damage problem.
Always room for more?
There are some legendary things that go
farther can I
under
go?
heights, like Crimson Mischief, that's Orin's short sword. Bloodthirst, that's Orin's dagger. Shard Spear of Evening. Those are some of the most incredible items in the game. Duelist Prerogative is really good as well. Gaunter Mail is pretty good. Nyrolna. Eldusk Armor, of course. Playing further on Orin's weapons. Bloodthirst is a minus crit dagger. That's a bound weapon, gives you 1 AC if you put it in your offhand. If an enemy misses you, you can riposte, yes, the Battlemaster feature, and gain True Strike against them. If you put it in your main hand, instead, enemies that get hit by it get Aura of Murder applied to them for a turn, which is piercing vulnerability. And it is a bound weapon, so it comes back when you throw it. It does all those things, and it's a dagger. +3 dagger, even. Crimson Mischief does an extra instance of 7 damage when attacking with advantage. Now, on Honor, that's less relevant because it doesn't get as many things applied to it, but that's still a flat 7 damage independent of dice rolls, and it's also a light weapon. It's a short sword. So it's very good. But on Tactician and below, that instance of 7 damage, Red Vein Savagery, gets, like, all your damage bonuses again. So if you, for example, had Vicious Shortbow in your bow slot, one of the Dollar Amaris daggers in your offhand, Red Vein Savagery in your main hand, and you hit a crit, you're getting 14 damage base from Red Vein Savagery, and then you're getting another 28 damage on top of that, and then you're getting your other bonuses. So Red Vein Savagery is able to add, you know, like 50 damage without dice rolls on Tactician and below, just from you poking something. And it's piercing damage as well. Again, piercing because ballast armor.
What? No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Backpack thing still works. That's cool. That. That. One of those. Ugh, bring back the Alchemist tab. Ugh. Horrendous. Horrific, even. But I shouldn't buy all this stuff.
That's that. What? No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Needs to go in the bag. Wait until my proficiency bonus is higher. To buy some of this. I don't have persuasion proficiency, do I, though? I'll figure it out. Pretty stupid getting a sneak attack kill and not breaking sneak. Large stack from different sources. What Batshit, man, said you can get different versions of the same effect, and they will stack. No, that's a self-effect, Viper. Urban Mech answered your question, Foster, but I'll double down on that. The slashing problem is any damage that is not piercing damage once you get to Act 3, if you're playing optimally and you know what's available in the game, is automatically suspect to be worse than its competitors, because some of the most desirable weapons, just at a baseline at that point in the game, happen to be piercing. But then you have ballast armor, which inflicts vulnerability to piercing damage on anything standing near you. Any enemies standing near you. And that's double damage. So if, for example, Nyrolna is already better than Balduran's Giant Slayer, and then Nyrolna gets its damage doubled, which one you using? You know, like, even a weapon that would be pretty good is likely to lose if it's not piercing damage.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
Ballast armor causing issues. It's definitely overtuned. In the patch, they made it so the aura doesn't move enemies around. That affects some strats I use. But they didn't specifically mention other auras. So I'm gonna have to test Shriek and Spirit Guardians.
I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
I saw your streams. It was a popular strat. I can't take credit for that one. Test Shriek now? Sick. Need to give Blurg 400 gold worth of value here. Might have to dip into storage. $151. Said before, if you like the Giant Slayer, try Halberd from the Devil's Fee. It's way better. Yeah, flat 6 poison damage. Speaks for itself. Flat damage is good. Oh, yeah, I don't need to use the chest. Always forget. Talked to Blurry at the exact same time in accident. Double lines, nice. I too am a fan of Big Sword. He made my car like feel inadequate with that comment. A big user of the Big Sword you referenced. Yeah, I used that in my first playthrough as well. It's one of those things that feels powerful, and it says a lot of things that are like, ooh, I like the sound of that. But, like, there's so much good gear in this game. So much. And in the player base's defense, a lot of that gear is worded in ways that kind of hides the effectiveness. I like some of the UI changes. I absolutely hate others. Sure, you can still move NPCs. Sick.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain.
Oh yeah,
If
Shriek and
anything in
Spirit
my
Guardians just
collection
replace
is
them.
to your liking.
Go grab Alarlu, honestly. I need to get a Ritual Dagger first. Actually, I already gave him an amount. That and that. Of course, we take Psychic Spark. That should do it. Bird will be used as the poison necklace. I mean, that necklace is, by the time you get to Act 2, it's not really useful anymore either. Because it just applies a simple toxin. That's all it does. It's not even accurate, the amount of damage it says it's giving you. It says it's giving you D6, it's giving you a D4. It's just 1d4 poison dip. It overwrites whatever else you've dipped your weapon in. So, like, Oil of Sharpness and that, you don't get both. Sucks. It's good before you can sustain consumables. But you're likely to not have it at that point, because it requires Kaga dying, and that's awkward to pull off sometimes. Yeah, Amulet of the Harpers, Amulet of Greater Health, a Corvid token, Amulet of Baal, Spine Shudder Amulet if you're doing spell attack rolls, Psychic Spark, doing Magic Missile stuff. Is it Fey Semblance Amulet? It's another Act 3 one. It's advantage on all mental saves. Khalid's Amulet. +1 Wisdom. I will buy that.
Very well. Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries? It's curious to find truly remarkable.
Are you looking? Open your mind.
As it
That's the lava. Moreover, the cream, but not to the design. There may be a way, but Timusks call your sanity.
The Southwest, when I offered her the chance.
I have never seen anything like.
Way of the Rat. I was also thinking about going, so I could go Magic Initiate Cleric here. Now let me have Guidance and Resistance. More importantly, I have Sanctuary for, the Flint thing. We may be respecing to that at some point today. Resistance good for? Exactly what it says it's good for. 1d4 on saving throws. There's lots of dialogues where you're trying to pass a saving throw for one reason or another, and it doesn't cost a resource. Bless does the same thing, but costs a resource. Can I afford all of these? No shot. I can. Pretty okay on money, actually. One of these. You had a hand crossbow too? Right, she does have that. I do that for Flynn, just go stealth archer. I can always flee combat, respect a tavern brawler, and go back. Yeah. Yeah, what up, Chapo is cute. How you doing? Going for mind control for Flynn? Yes. The way you trigger the Flynn thing is you need to have seen the mark, you need to have your Illithid mark available, and you need to be in her movement range on her turn. So what I usually do is I apply as many movement buffs as I can to myself, and I get right up next to her, and then I drop stealth. She will out-initiative me and talk to me on her turn, and then turn and go for the others after I do the check. I'll still be in range of everyone, but if I have Sanctuary on me, then I'm fine, even if I fail. Plan for Flynn is Barrelmancy. Fuck that fight. It's not that scary if you pass the check. I mean, I say that, but last time I did it, they suddenly started critting me, even though those gnolls have terrible accuracy. Is Falar Luve useful? Yes. The Sing thing do something regular attacks or something? So, Sing is a buff to you and allies in range, Shriek is a debuff to enemies in range, and Shriek applies to any damage that that enemy takes. So if someone punches them in the face, if they're bleeding, all of that will get the Shriek damage, each individual time. So something like Magic Missile that hits a bunch of times, that's very popular to combine with Shriek. Let's say you had 5 Magic Missiles, that's 5 instances of the Shriek damage. Let's say you're playing a Summoner build, and you have 4 zombies, 3 skeletons, an Elemental, a Dryad, a Woodwode, a Intellect Devourer, a dog. You have all those with you, and each of those hits their attacks. Well, that's a Shriek for each of those attacks. If you had a Haste Spore Grenade to make all of them have an extra action, well, they each get an extra attack. You see how that can snowball really quickly. And that's exactly why they give some enemies small amounts of damage reduction. So that strat of applying a lot of little instances of damage is less effective. Gets Damage Riders separately, or at least not in Honor mode. Yeah, on Tactician below, it gets Damage Riders separately, so it can go from small number to big number. But on Honor, it's always going to be small number. Trying to figure out. I think I use this Vigilance Elixir now. Did get Spell Sparkler. Put Spell Sparkler, Psychic Spark on. Ring of Fleeing for the moment. I do want to finish clearing out those nulls sooner rather than later, because I will forget if I don't. Let's go do that. Polearm Master bonus attack, apply weapon enchantments or coatings. I don't know the current state of Polearm Master's attack, but I know early in the game it was bugged and didn't get, like, most things. Kind of like how Battle Master's sweeping attack is like that. It just doesn't get a bunch of bonuses for some reason. I think Pommel Strike is the same way. So last I checked, it wasn't good. Animal Friend and Dominate Beast have depressingly low amount of chance to actually use. Yeah, it's not too common.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Time for Way of the Rat. Still got a pack of nulls to deal with here before Flint. With the Vigilance Elixir... I don't want to do this encounter. I actually don't know her initiative.
That's a friendly-looking shadow. On my way.
Dominate Beast had to use the Sheepthara. It did. I broke the AI of that hyena, so it didn't heal. Useful, actually. Got the surprise round. Alright, the hyena beat me.
Stand in my way.
We bought a bomb, so. Are there other significant feat spots that are like the Polearm Master you're aware of, the bug not working? There's one that they fixed that had no effect at all. They fixed in the patch. The one that's like seeing hidden on items like traps.
Here goes nothing.
Dungeon Delver? Yeah, Dungeon Delver, that's the one. At least they claim they fixed it. Hopefully it's fixed. Out of range. Yeah, I need more strength to do shenanigans like that. Why does Shadow Monk shit cost so many key points, man? Like 2 for darkness. Silence is 2 and isn't a ritual. Like, ugh. Doing the pass without trace one probably useful, but like every time I drop that for guidance, it's gonna fuck me up.
Just out of view. Light on my feet.
Until we see Shadow Strike cost. I'm not gonna be Shadow Monk that long.
All right.
hope I can get that back. I hadn't considered that.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Went to 11 to try it, and it was not worth it. The ability's comically shit. Sad.
Seems like the best way. Don't want to draw any attention.
People only take Shadow Monk to 6. I mean, at 6, open hand gets huge damage advantage. So at level 6, I think Shadow Monk beyond 5 is like, you're doing it to RP.
Should get started. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Always get teleport for free. Who cares? You can just jump. Like, you're a monk. You can just jump this far without enhanced sleep or jump potion or having 20 plus strength or graceful claw. Book of Shadows 5, teleport to 6. Yeah, who cares? You don't need to teleport. Also, with all the free Misty Steps in the game, even if you couldn't jump.
And away I go. Don't mind if I do.
This Cloak of Shadows no cooldown unlike Gloomstalkers. Hunters doesn't have a cooldown either. I was messing around with Hide in Plain Sight, and it's just the Gloomstalker one with no cooldown that also gives you plus 10 stealth. Pretty good. You don't get it to like level 8 or something, but it's pretty good.
Don't waste a step.
Well, that's double dip to get multiple subclasses. That'd be so sick. Beef Assassin, please. I could have gotten away without buying that hand crossbow, but we'll be okay. Every time I try to phrase a question I was about to ask, start reading my heads and remind, because I'm trying for it not to be. You got a question, ask a question. First playthrough Xbox, what's the bubble shield you have? It's this ability here, Shield of Thralls. It's one of the tadpole powers you get by slotting additional worms into your brain. They're not actually worms, but I want you to say it that way. Would like to see you do all the fights some run just to see your ways. I'm down to do a, fight everything run. I'll probably do another Gloomstalker for that. That's my baby. That's my comfort zone. But I got a lot to play through some knockout before then. Do the undead over here. Get the +2 AC gloves. Also kill this guy. He's pretty isolated.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Perhaps a waste of a key point, but deception check over here. Doing the persuasion one is, a Dirge Inspiration, but it's DC 20 versus DC 10. I have some of those unlocked. Main character Bard, can I get that too? You absolutely can. Yeah, it's just this one right here. You just invest one here, and then you can get that. Especially if those worms are stored. You get some really cool powers, yeah.
One day I'll catch a break.
Stranger. Not food. Friend. No talk. Make me an offer. Tempt me.
That's why we don't go for the DC 20.
Well spoken.
Normal mode, do you get anything for beating that versus Tactician mode, etc.? There's an achievement for beating Tactician, there's an achievement for beating Honor, but you can get all the, like, do this specific thing to this boss stuff on normal. I'd rather not come off rude and instigate a heated convo. Okay, I'm just confused as to what the subject matter even could be, but...
Maybe I need more pockets.
Okay. So I still don't know what I'm gonna use the ogres on, to be honest. Probably keep them as near backup strat.
Let's have a look.
Go down here. Kill these goblins, but I don't have to do that yet. Arcane Tower is the next big thing I should be doing. I'm just gonna grab a couple things ahead of time, though. Particularly, having the AC gloves from this will be good in case Boulette does some shit. Because I have, unfortunately, triggered Boulette to be able to, you know, pop out at the locations it hasn't yet.
Says there's a cellar here somewhere.
When using, say, a companion as your main character. Each of the origins has, like, story beats that are kind of exclusive to them. Like, characters will respond to them differently. Some of them have gear tied to them, some of them have gameplay mechanics tied to them. And it allows you to experience things associated with them in the story without having to have them be, you know, just someone you drag around with you. Doing a full custom that is not the Dark Urge background, you basically get the most bare bones version of the story. Like, people don't really react to much about you. You're just kind of a blank self-insert, which I'm sure is largely the point. But you don't feel like you're a player in the story as much as you feel like the story is happening around you, if that makes sense. Whereas if you were to play as the Dark Urge, or as Shadowheart, as Gale, as Karlach, Lae'zel, Will, any of those, there's going to be characters and situations that do feel like your backstory is involved, because it is. Wish that had been explained better on character creation. Yeah, it's fair enough. Vigilance puts me in an okay position. I just want to punch here. Like, what damage with this? Up to 12. 9 to 14. Yeah, I just punch. It's better. Also faster animation. I don't apply the Bane from Gloves of Power, but who cares? I have Haste Helm to flee if I absolutely need to. Put on Psychic Spark so I can Magic Missile if I feel the need. If I play as Will, how that opening scene happened with Will in it. It's such a classic scene. Will just won't be there defending the Grove because you're Will, and you're instead recovering from the Nautiloid crash. Glad I did my first playthrough as a custom character because it acquainted me with the story, but I don't think I'll do a custom run ever again now that I've done it once. Always pick an Origin. Unless you're doing it for, like, gameplay features that that Origins don't have access to. Like, for example, if you want Drow features, there is no playable Origin character that is a Drow or a Dwergar, you know? But if you're going to play a Zariel Tiefling, for example, and you're not playing Dark Urge, you don't really have a reason not to go Karlach. Because she gets those features, plus a lot of additional content and stuff. You know, if you're gonna play a high elf, may as well just play Astarion. If you're gonna play a half elf, may as well just play Shadowheart, etc. From a strictly gameplay perspective. Story-wise, you know, your immersion, maybe you want to play a character of a particular gender. Or maybe you want to headcanon a backstory. Someone else in his place? No. There is one case of them replacing an Origin character with someone else, and that's if you do Origin Lae'zel, there will be just some other Gith there on the Nautiloid, where Lae'zel would be. Excuse me. Dude's funny.
Alright, time to skulk about.
In theory, you could use a combination of Polearm Master with Sentinel using any weapon with extended reach to prevent a melee attack from hitting you, since Sentinel gives advantage on opportunity attacks, removes a hit. A creature's movement with Polearm Master attack the first enemy. You can absolutely combine those. That's a thing. Keep in mind, though, that you need your reaction to be able to do that. You need to hit the attack, and that narrows your equipment choices down significantly. And that also costs 2 feats, so the earliest you could get that online is level 8 of a pure class or level 6 of fighter.
Better be cautious.
But it's something you can do, yeah. It's absolutely viable.
Can't risk being in open view. Better be cautious. Let's see what this does.
Shadow Monk basically budget assassin or Gloomstalker. One that has benefit and has unlimited invisibility, not greater, of course. I wouldn't say it's even budget assassin, because assassin gets, like, very relevant offensive boosts. Shadow Monk doesn't.
Slow down.
Your budget just non-subclassed rogue by having, you know, bonus action hide. That's good. The thing Shadow Monk, all rogues, and Gloomstalker have in common is that bonus action hide.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
That's without trace is cool. It's a ranger druid thing. Better I get at this game, understand I don't need healer, mainly mass healing words, and healing words all I really use. Been reading that, really the point, new to D&D, love the learning experience. You're absolutely onto something there, Bills Mafia. The more you get to learn the game, the less relevant something like a healer is, because you only need a healer if you take the damage. If you know how an enemy works, how an encounter works, how to hit faster, hit harder than they do, and remove the threats, then you never take the damage to be healed in the first place. I never really used healing spells or healer builds because I much prefer just not putting myself in a position where I need to heal in the first place.
I don't need any attention right now. Another step forward.
Enough stealth, if I recall correctly, with Greater Invis, you can just attack without going into combat. For a while, yeah. Something rogues can do at level 11 is once they have reliable talent, it puts a floor on what they can roll skill-wise. So then you could stack a bunch of stealth bonuses on top of that. And you could make it so you can get off, like, 4 to 5 attacks before you even have a chance to fail on your stealth checks for Greater Invis. Pretty good. And even then, you'd have to roll badly to fail for a while.
Don't want to draw any attention.
I missed. Gotta use a key point here because I misclicked. Skill issue. They break focus for 1 second and shit like that happens. I'll short rest.
Nothing. Alright, time to skulk about.
Hey, Bill's Mafia. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Why the alert didn't do the thing. Thank you. Really helps me out. Healing Word's a secret spice of skill issues. I got those in spades.
Always room for more.
Martial class to get everything back in short rest anyways. We need to healer with 4 fighters, rogues, bards, etc. Yeah, bards even get an additional short rest. You could run a party of 4 bards and, you know, have 6 short rests. Pretty good. Learn to not have a Starian attached to the party. Let him sneak attack the entire time out of battle. Issues, experience, and position keep him out of battle. But the fact that you know that that's a strat you can do means you are picking things up. Like, that's an advanced tech for this game. You're doing a good job.
If you could see anything, you see.
The answers for that mirror, you want to say you're the guy in the journal, then you want to say what you read in the other journal, and then you want to say that the third answer will be tailored to whatever origin you are. You want to say whatever is most about self-preservation. I don't know the lines for a lot of them, but that's the through line. Like, Karlach will have something different to say there, Gale will have something different to say there, but it's self-preservation. That's what you want to pick.
Open up.
Always something about the worm in your head? Nope. On the Karlach and Gale runs that I did, my solo honor cleric run was Gale origin, and then my druid run was Karlach origin. On both of those, I just had dialogue options I had never seen before. So I improvised, and it's whatever is most about, hey, I want shit. The Karlach one was something about spiting Zariel, if I remember correctly. Lost 40 minutes because it's saving. You gotta compulsively hit that save button, Viper. I know it's frustrating. I know that's not helpful to hear right now. I'm sorry that happened to you. But yeah. Autosaves are really only on, like, major plot events, or on, like, entering an area where a major combat happens for the first time. Those are the only times you'll really get autosaves. So if you're just kind of exploring, yeah, you could go a couple hours without an autosave. The way rogues fall short over the course of combat is that the fact they're burst-oriented, so if you just never enter that combat, you have burst still and keep doing and learning. That's such a fun experience. Yeah, rogues don't really have good control over the action economy, unless you're a thief, but even then, that falls behind compared to what other classes can do later. So you being able to do fewer total things in one turn is what makes you fall behind. Compared to marshals who, you know, they get extra attack at level 5. Fighters get action surge at level 2. And then they get that extra attack at 5. Gloomstalkers get a once per combat extra attack at level 3, and then they get their martial at level 5. So by the time you get to level 5, Rogue is one of the weakest action economy abusers, because they also don't have any AoE. Many target arrows, but all the marshals can use those better too. So it's very hit and run. You're optimizing a lot around fleeing combat, kiting things, outright one-shotting things. And something like an assassin can do that very well if you're proactively going for surprise runs. Word ban on that. Alright, 10 minutes on the clock. I can't say that word. If I say it 10 times, Danger gets their channel points back. What am I playing? I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3. I just put the Susur Bark in the Forge, and now I need a Greatsword, Dagger, or Sickle to make the weapon. Is a new weapon good enough to replace Sword of Justice? Not really. You can just use, like, any, like, common quality of those things. I would recommend doing the Dagger or the Greatsword. Leaning Dagger. Just find, like, a regular white dagger somewhere and use that. Getting more confidence, knowing there's going to be a battle versus where there's an opportunity to talk. Still in first playthrough, shooting first when I could have talked things out. Now try and hover over the possible enemies early before I sneak attack. Come from action RPGs and controller, console versus PC. That's why I'm still getting used to it. Understandable, understandable. You're building good habits, especially for a first playthrough. I missed entire sections because I wasn't sure if I could go into an area like without them being hostile, so I didn't try on my first playthrough. So yeah, you're doing better than I did. I'll tell you that much. Could I go for these two without aggroing those? I should deal with these first. Because I can just throw stuff from a roof.
Don't talk. I've been looking. And you got nothing to show for your own arse.
Can't risk being in open view.
Crush damage thing is annoying, so I'm gonna throw a dagger here rather than anything heavier. So I could go for offhand shot for.
You've made a grave mistake.
Let's do that actually. Get the surprise round. Works out better for me. And then I'll still throw something heavy at this guy. Fuck it.
No, this is good.
You don't get XP for crush damage. That's annoying. I was hoping it wouldn't do that much, but hand axe is a little too heavy. Question. Subclass, wave 4 elements. Ask I can play and optimize. Seems fun. So Pangs of the Fire Snake is ranged unarmed damage, which is pretty good. Fists of Unbroken Air can be good for some crowd control. Sweeping Cinder Strike is kinda shit, but it's guaranteed damage AoE at early levels, and Way the 4 Elements has a bunch of stuff that can do fire damage, so you can stack up Hat of Fire Acuity. I theory crafted a setup of a Monk Cleric hybrid where you I said it once. use Hat of Fire Acuity with like Soul Coins and Fangs of the Fire Snake, Sweeping Cinder Strike to stack up your spell save DC for things like your Spirit Guardians that you're running around lawnmowing things with. So it's a fun build concept. To get this open hand. I'm not reading that. Throw damage, I assume, doesn't mean bows, and just things we could actually throw using the throw action. Any loopholes to that? If you throw a weapon that you are proficient with, and it does its damage, or if you throw a weapon, excuse me, that has the thrown property, then it'll do its card damage. It won't get all of its card effects. It'll get ones that specifically mention they work on throwing, but it'll do its card damage rather than just the base damage and what it would get for weight. Tavern Brawler being insane is what makes throwing one of the strongest approaches in this game. I miss out on 20 XP because rush damage. Don't get XP for kills you get by throwing stuff. If the weight-based damage is what gets the killing blow, you don't get XP. So see how this goblin was crushed by a hand axe for 9 bludgeoning damage? I'm not hand axe, even though it was my hand axe. So hand axe got the kill, and they fell to their death. And see how there's no XP in the log? But for this guy, shot him with my bow, 20 XP. This guy, if I just throw a dagger at him, 20 XP. Because I killed him. Sucks. It's really annoying, because the extra damage you get from throwing heavy objects is very significant. But it's hard to benefit. Because if you're routing XP, doing it too much can screw you. There's sections where it's fine to do once you don't really care about XP anymore, or you can do it for the earlier part of a tankier enemy's health bar, knowing they won't die outright. But it is annoying. Are you the Grove? Thought you were Aaron's bitch. This is attempt 3. We had another incident. Wasn't with Aaron, but yeah. Better to throw light weapons you're proficient in? Sometimes. I'll still throw spears against tougher enemies because they're heavy and they get the crush damage. So like against bosses, I'll throw spears. Once I get Lightning Jabber later on, I'll throw that as well, because that's the best throwable available until Act 3. But yeah, before then.
You're violent.
Good idea, I think.
Bunch of good spear in Act 3. It's my next goal since returns to Nyrolna. Yeah, Nyrolna is incredible. You can get Nyrolna and Dwarven Thrower very early in Act 3. And they are 2 of the 3 weapons that are generally considered best in slot for throwing. Something to keep in mind, though, with Dwarven Thrower is, if you have certain people in your party when interacting with the guy who sells them, depending on your choices throughout the story, the vendor could just disappear from the game permanently, so be aware. What's the class before this? Druid.
No hesitation. Dream in red. What's inside?
You're good. I have a lot of practice with this one. Hades has improvised melee weapon working with Tavern Brawler yet? I have not yet.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
Savage Attack applies to things like Smite, would also apply to Cleric's Divine Strike. If it's a dice roll, then yes. Divine Strike is just a dice roll of whatever elements in question, right? Like Poison for Trickery, Radiant for War, etc., etc. Yeah? Yeah.
Do you harass every old woman you meet?
Just tell us where she is. We don't want any trouble. Just stop this.
I kind of always kill them because I want Ethel to be available as a vendor for as long as possible. You broke my concentration. That was 2 key points.
I didn't mean for this to happen.
Believable. 2 key points. This fucking guy. Well, I guess I can use guidance again now. Yay. This is Copium Monk. It's 2. Has time elapsed yet? Oh, no. It ended a minute ago. 1. Total was 1. Good try, Danger. You did go Copium Monk? I sure did.
A chill runs up your spine.
See the momentary T-pose there?
You feel like you're being watched.
The Monk one is only DC 15, but you don't need to succeed this. Let's Copium Monk. Way of Shadows. Basically, you're just kind of trolling if you take anything that isn't open hand once you're level 6. Because the open hand is just really fucking good. But like, at early levels, Shadow Monk has some value. It's just... we call it Copium Monk because it's got so many flaws and downsides that a lot of times it really feels like you're grasping at straws. But for now, it makes sense with how stealth-oriented my gameplay is. Avatar Monks just for fun, then. Pretty much. You could do some fun and flavorful stuff with it. I would stop short of calling it good. But at the end of the day, it's still a monk. So it's still gonna be fine. It's just open hand is very clearly built different. Fern and I have vanilla playthrough from a while ago. You know the gloves that throw damage, hold and take is over the course of the run in combats. They've thrown an enemy at another 99% of the time in each combat. Yeah, that would definitely help. I can't get those gloves because I killed Balin, but I don't really care. I'm going to use other gloves anyway. Not here, I can go from... I could go from that angle. So I need to not get entangled here. That's the big thing. It'd be really nice if I had Pass Without Trace still active. That'd be pretty cool. My 4 key points. good Balin is a good Balin. Real.
Must be the tree from the note to Corvo.
Sure.
What's that left there?
Still a step to the wind, though. We're gonna get rid of these vines so there's no chance of me being entangled. Rip all my fucking key points, but... And fleeing combat breaks your concentration. Oh. Opium monk. You got the sparkle hands, so these apply to punches and to throwing. We'll definitely get good value out of those. My glove slot's a little competitive now between bracers of defense, gloves of power, and sparkle hands. Situational swaps will be in order. Considering I'm not really gonna move much during the Shadow Druid encounter, wondering if I should just wear armor that I'm not even proficient in. Does make some sense. Like, I could just wear this too. What's stopping me? I can just step of the wind. Yeah, cool. We'll do that. I can't cast my spells, but there is nothing stopping me from casting my spells and then equipping. That's the thing with proficiencies with gear in this game. I'm using hand crossbows I'm not proficient with. I'm using 2 armor pieces I'm not proficient with. But the only thing it affects is my hit rate will be worse with the hand crossbows, and I can't use the once per short rest maneuvers. And I can't cast spells. But, like, I'm not a spellcaster. And I don't really care if my crossbow shots even hit enemies. I just care that I can do the crossbow shot. Specifically the offhand one. Because it allows me to fish for surprise rounds without consuming my main action.
Why are you here? What? Mr.
Good job, camera.
You think yourself quite the spy, don't you?
House!
You,
Olladin!
the choice.
As you say, Olladin.
Oh yeah, I don't have druid levels anymore. I kind of forgot about that. That means I don't get that staff. That's fine. Just a little bit of a money loss. Yeah, being 3 monk, 1 druid would be more optimal here. I kind of forgot. Oh well. The question is, do I care? I don't care enough. Spend 1.
No!
Korga's voice breaks and her lips tremble. She heard reason in your words.
What's the DC on the history check? We're clicking it anyway. I'm minus 1 times. Oh, DC 5. Cool. And usually, because I like to kill her, I kill her later.
Korga eyes by claw the forest in dark, the towers.
When? So
Care. You would.
Still have the dash. Brain Blast be pretty okay here. Yeah, I have disadvantage on my attacks for my equipment, but I don't really care. I can always unequip. Get our lightning charges from that. Now I just unequip. And I reap all the benefits. Probably do that through a lot of the run. Just equip Speedy Light Feet, Step of the Wind, and then just take them off. Means I won't have anything else in my boot slot, but... This is one of those cases where I'm gonna go for a Crushed Image anyway.
First step is the hardest.
I know it won't kill. Striptease strats. How'd you not hit yourself with that? Why'd you go for... Yeah, that was just a real scuff moonbeam. Look at the bitmap while you're on this island thing you jumped to. Not sure where you are. Oh, I missed that a while ago. Foster's in the swamp. Yo, Rat succeeded a whole person? Holy shit. Is the curse broken? I don't want to get in there. Get those juicy, juicy free crits. But it can wait.
That won't work.
Shut up. Hate that. Larian, please patch that out. Oh, good job, Kaga. She's gaming. Silver, what do you... Okay. That's a crazy sightline. Okay. He's fucking gaming today. Alright. This is the smoothest this has ever gone. I have never seen this go this way. No casualties. Sure. Okay, so what happens if I respec and get that druid level now? We're gonna test. Oh yeah, I should like put my clothes on. I can wait a minute. Because I do want that one druid level so I can get Ale Oak, because it vendors for a shitload of money. Whose sight cone is this?
Out of sight, out of mind.
Scratch? Go somewhere else.
Thou require a new
Oh, selecting something else for a moment changed. Ugh.
Oh, my hand slipped. Interesting selection. All mine.
Just in case. Scratch, go somewhere.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Surely no one will notice. Let's see what you're hiding.
He was definitely looking, but I succeeded. So.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I don't know if he'll actually aggro, but like seeing that horror story made me immediately go,
You will face
I need a quick word.
Wrath, you take our
Oh,
gift
yeah, cool.
and be known. We will stop the rite. And meanwhile, well, I won't forget the wounds.
We'll get it. So you could just respect the druid to get this quest reward. It sells for 600 gold. Well, it's got base value of 600 gold, I should say. So do I want to get access to the Sorrow Room? Kinda do. That would require some stealing from Wrath. Let me go respec back.
Dost thou require?
Sorry, someone in chat mentioned that they got caught stealing from Withers by Scratch and Scratch went hostile. I've never had that happen, but it's not something I want to risk happening.
Let's get going.
I just want a little look. I can take what I please.
You have.
Okay, so I can go to Zevlor for a little bit of XP, and another item I can vendor trash. We can steal the idol at our leisure now. I do want to be pretty careful about this. I have a darkness arrow. No. I'll use key points.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
That Scratch Go hostile and cam multiple times. Most recent interaction can be stolen from others. At least this would seem to have happened. Yeah, that's not something I ever want to risk. I'll just have to be super duper careful. You distract him with a ham. Ruh-roh. Any scratchy snacks? I think I waited long enough. Didn't even look like they were looking for me the way they normally do. Like, normally you can see their animations, they tense up even during turn-based when you take the idol. At least pre-patch 6. It didn't look like that even happened. So, I wonder if the change they did, letting you give the idol to Mole as they're leaving, made that easier to do. Hey, Sora, thank you for taking care of Jacqueline. And Ramira just stays here forever now, doesn't she? At least until everyone else leaves. Saving Saz is like 20 XP. Oh yeah, Will. Keep forgetting about Will.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Was it Aaron again? Was what Aaron again?
I should speak up.
I had a feeling you'd be...
Ring of Protection make me feel a little bit better about my tank, although I do still want Ring of... I can maybe get away without having Crushers for a little bit. See. Oh, we have Death too. Not that. The title's gonna be long now. Those were both yesterday. Yesterday was cursed. There's a lot of like, okay, what is happening now? Moments. I should really go in here and murder this lady. She disappears from existence. I think she's free XP, but
I'll give it a shot.
And Curse's Giga Chat. I don't know what you mean. That was just the perfect storm of, oh, I fucked around and I found out. So sudden and confusing. It was hilarious.
The druid, it's sparse, thanks. It's no small thing.
Oh, I also saw a post. Someone was saying that you can non-lethal Minthara during the Grove raid and recruit her now. Pretty cool. You really enjoy yourself when the bugs happen. I like this game. Like, what's the use in getting mad when something genuinely funny ends a run? Like, it was entertaining. I was entertained. I hope you guys were entertained. I really should get Flynn's tadpole. I don't want to do that while I have Vigilance on, though. Are you not entertained? You'll do the Grove raid, my second playthrough, who knows. I'm deciding if I do it on this one, because, like, that's a way of not having to fight Dror Agzlin, if you're scared of his legendary action. But realistically, I would still want to fight Dror Agzlin. You do the raid, and then you just go fight him. More tadpoles, more XP, more loot. Thing is, the spiders in the Minthara Grove assault are kind of scary. Maybe I use the ogres against Dror Agzlin, actually. Ooh, that's a good idea. Now, it would... them attacking the allies would proc the legendary action. Like, calling the ogres during a surprise round? The worst play. Wonder if he can turn spiders if they're not allied with you. I mean, the patch notes say he can do that, so I assume he would be able to. If it was me, I'd have been miffed when it happened to someone else. I wasn't miffed, it was funny. One of my most entertained moments in this channel, you Quag Gamer, Quag roll results hilarity. I was a review buddy, sometimes the memes are just too good. They are. I can't argue that. I never killed those intellect devourers. Are those even still there?
Just out of view. Don't waste a step.
Throw him down, shove him. Until where? Oh, they are still here. Go with that.
Softer than a whisper. These boots have seen everything.
The pit? I mean, I imagine that wouldn't be a good play, because if he can do what they said he could do in the patch notes, it doesn't help you. And even if he can't, those spiders never win the fight against Dror Agzlin. They never won before he had legendary actions. They won't win after him having legendary action.
Better stay back. That strike could be lethal. And away I go.
Only 10 XP, but
These boots have seen everything.
take it. Solvent. I doubt Minor Illusion works, but...
No hesitation.
Oh, neat.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Double the damage of delaying the fight? No, it doesn't. The longer that fight goes, the more trouble you're in.
First step is the hardest.
Because Jorah has, what, like 100-ish HP? If you target anything that isn't him, he gives everything near him action surge. He's already got, like, 20-plus meters of movement. He's got a bonus action 360-degree AoE knockback that does force damage. He has extra attack, so he can attack you twice. He can throw things. And that's before acknowledging the room full of enemies, some of which have Eldritch Blast. Like, why would you want to extend that fight? That's just gonna increase the danger.
I don't need any attention right now.
The last thing you want is to stretch that out. Like, he legitimately has enough movement that if you push him in the pit, he can probably just get out in a turn. Pit taking fall damage, it's not enough to kill him. There's plenty of allies that can heal him, that can buff him. He has good movement. He can just throw things up at you from down there as well. Sure, you could throw him in the pit, and then on your next turn, try to take out a couple of the other things, but at that point, they've all had a turn to act. You have maybe a turn, maybe 2 turns before he gets back. You're just extending the fight. And also, how do you even get him in the pit from in his room in 1 turn? You can get him in the death pit, but not the spider pit. Like, it's just simply not a good strat. If you're gonna push him in a pit, you push him in the one that kills him instantly and denies you the loot. But you don't do that either. The kind of fight you extend is something like Nier, where hitting him directly is really bad. So you need to play that slow. Something like Karnus works that way too now. But the kind you don't extend is something like Apostle of Merkel or Jorah, where you need high-value targets to die before you get overwhelmed, because you will not win the War of Attrition. Throw shit at him from the rafters. Yeah, that's probably still the strat. It's just imperative that you take him out in the first turn and that you don't target anything else. Go in here and wipe out these guys. Push-pull of I want loot versus I don't want to die. Yeah. I mean, you could clip all 3 of the goblin leaders if you really wanted to. But then you're down 3 tadpoles, Minthara's boots, Guts' shield, Jorah weapon, which are all good items. I never really use the weapon anymore, but the shield and the boots I use a lot. Also, you miss out on Minthara as a companion if you're ever going to go for that.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Breathe deep and move.
See anything?
Nothing.
All clear.
They're in the hallway.
Need to find a way.
I don't need to deal with this. How many people get branded, though? I feel like you made that up. On what do you base that?
Seems simple enough.
There is no mechanical reason not to get branded, and you can brand as many characters as you want in a playthrough. The only people you can't brand,
Don't mind if I do.
who could be branded, the only one is Minthara, and doesn't she already have it? That is evil, so why would a casual player who doesn't know about it do it? Because your stated objective is infiltrating the cult and finding out more? And you can ask Gut what it's for, and she'll tell you it makes it easier to order people around. Allison can't get branded. Right. But you can't have him in your party then anyway. Underdark time. So I did it to curry favor with them. It's your stated main objective for 2 acts of the game to infiltrate the cult and learn about what they're doing. The better question is, why would you not get branded? It is narratively what your characters would and should do. It is gameplay-wise what your characters should do.
Seems like a good moment to talk. Alright, what now?
Come.
These birds have seen everything.
He's calm. Nice. Good one, Glut. You tell him. Especially the branded bonus for the shield, just +1 saves. Still has heroism. Yeah. Shield's just really good. Got branded now. Even I, first time player, thought it was probably good if I at least get the brand. And as for player choice, in the end trumps all that IMO. That is completely irrelevant from you saying most people don't get branded. That's not true, Jacqueline. You made some shit up.
More for me.
There is nothing that's more of a most casual. On what do you base this? What metrics do you have to suggest this? Because we have a first-time player in chat saying, nah, seemed like a good idea to me. You have the characters in the game telling you it's a good idea. You have the theory crafters telling you it's a good idea. You have the people who are everywhere in between telling you it's a good idea. Don't take your own experiences and replace, oh, everyone does this with that. There is nothing that annoys me more than people speaking with authority on some shit that they just made up. Don't do that. There's Summon Druid run. I did. It went really well. I enjoyed that run a lot. Spore Druid, it's an all-timer for me. It's definitely one of my favorite subclasses in this game now. Highly recommend. Very versatile class. You can do a lot of different shit. You can do summons, you could be a full caster, you could punch things, you could be an archer. You can do a lot of cool shit. My first playthrough, I actually didn't get the brand while I was there. Didn't know it would influence later on. And that's your decision. Thank you for contributing your experiences.
Prime spot for an ambush.
What? Gek! What's this? You know.
His fist grips an axe.
For a more good than bad playthrough, don't know if it's gonna scales or not.
Absolute's brand.
Role-playing absolutely has value.
But spoil my hunt. Kill the slave and fetch back the... I'll wait here. Good, but that comes later.
Got it because I felt like refusing would have blown my cover. That's the vibe I got as well, and it turned out to be optimal gameplay-wise, so... How I always do it. Like, my first playthrough, I was so afraid of blowing my cover that I never went to Moonrise Towers before, like, the act finale of Act 2. I never went there. I missed out on so much content. Because the game told me, infiltrate. And I was like, alright. Gotta keep that cover intact.
Can't risk being in open view.
What path lies before me? What creatures live in waters this dark?
Oh, I'm hoping the thing that I think can happen doesn't happen. You trigger that. Wouldn't make any sense if you did. Okay.
Cutting to the chase.
All the cool kids get branded, so I want to be one of the cool kids. About my comments have a different thought process than you have discussion. It was more of an argument. No, it's not. It's just keep in mind. The second you say most people and you don't have any analytics for that, like, I don't know, it's an asshole. Just it's a big pet peeve for me, especially in gaming spaces. People who make an assertion about something with no data, claiming they're in the majority. It's like, no, substantiate that shit. But yeah, we're good. Don't worry about it. It ain't deep. They'll fall on. Okay. Also do this for safety. They reduced the sight range of these, so I'm giving it a little too much respect, but... I can't find anything unless I'm genuinely curious. Larian has analytics on all sorts of shit. They probably do have that number. I will eat my words if provided with the data to prove that most players don't get branded. Because, you know, stats. Stats are cool. As a theory crafter, my whole thing is, you know, making decisions based off of stats. Like role-playing with mods. I got one that's half dragon, so like a druid I can become a dragon. Normal look as it grows some scales. Very fun. That's cool. Even if most don't get branded, what does that change? Nothing. Like Trade mentioned, that doesn't affect the original conversation, where it's still just leaving valuable stuff on the table to cliff all the goblin bosses. But that's the trade-off of it being potentially safer. Patch notes mentioned that Scratch no longer equips some weapons, so he still can equip some others. Hopefully, he can still equip Flame Blade. The one they mentioned was Everburn Blade. I didn't know that was an option. What? I know Scratch, he can cast Flame Blade with Elixir of Tiefling Vice, and then use it. So, unless that's changed. Love how it's still to this day, 143,154 players, 24-hour peak daily on Steam. You can just make a good game with a lot of content, just release it when it's ready, and people will play it. That's why so many people rushed to just shit on BG3. They're like, oh, you know, look at the combat of this game. It's so much better. It's just dude bros who do not like the idea of any sort of paradigm shift in the gaming industry towards respecting the player base. And some shitty people who work in the games industry decided to take pot shots at one of their peers, not recognizing that, you know, they're in the same boat. People got really weird about the success of BG3, and I love to see that it's still succeeding. Serve water, those Mirage potions? Yes. Yourself able to control other characters that have the brand, so not getting the brand because wearing it gives some enemies control over you. That's logical enough. I can't argue with that.
Anything of use?
Those same dude bros also don't seem to realize that different doesn't mean worse. People like what they like. Go home and play your game if you don't like this one. Well said, like, and the devs of Helldivers 2 actually spoke on this subject recently. Because dude bros were like, hey, add PvP to your game. And they were like, no. They just flat out said, no. And I'm paraphrasing the quote here, but they said something to the effect of, a game that's for everyone is a game that's for no one. And while some people took a negative take from that, the thing I took from that is that accepting that not everything is for you specifically is kind of important, because things can't be for everybody. This game is not for everybody. There's other games that you can call objectively good that I have no interest in, or that I just don't like. And that's fine. Not everything is for me. It's not all about me. You guys remember that weird war between people who, this actually happens every gaming award seasons. It happened with Elden Ring versus God of War Ragnarok, and then it happened again with Spider-Man 2 versus Baldur's Gate 3, where people who didn't want one of the games to win, and usually this was a one-way street, like the Elden Ring bros didn't want God of War to win, and then the Spider-Man bros didn't want Baldur's Gate to win, so they just started like review bombing and shit. and posting on social media rage bait, like, oh, look what this game can do. Can the other game do that? Not recognizing they're completely different fucking genres, and just weird tribalism and, no, I don't like this, so no one can. Strange behavior.
Seems like the owner was quite the literary.
Who cares who gets Game of the Year? No one should care. There is a conversation to be had about how a game or a studio that gets enough accolades can be given other future opportunities, which can lead to us getting more cool shit. Like, Larian getting all of this praise and attention increases what they can do with their next title, which I love, because I want more from them. But at the end of the day, like, awards season is... You know how many awards shows there are? Each year? Like... It's just frustrating.
Better not be cursed.
Guardian I made to look like my tab, so I'm just hoping to use the worm, so I'll use it. Love the buzz of BG3. I play on Xbox Series X. I was excited for Starfield. Game's light years ahead of Starfield. It's game of the year, and IMO not even close. Best game ever played. The amount of options for replayability combined with the graphics and story is insane. How snappy the voice responses are is incredible. Attention to detail and overall depth of this game is just, it's on another level. They put a lot of work into this game to make it feel like its own, to make it feel like its predecessors, to make it feel like a fully fleshed out RPG, and to make it feel like a tabletop campaign. They did all of that together, while also just the voice acting is incredible. The direction is incredible. The art style, everything about this game screams effort. And success of one thing does not mean you need to immediately tear down something else. Even if Starfield had been like everything it had postured itself to be, this would still be true of this game, and if that game had done things people liked, you know, that would be true of that game. However, we do live in a world where Starfield decided to just be the latest entry in a very tired formula, so it wore thin for people very quickly. And it made... the comparison is not favorable for Starfield. For other games as well. You know, there's games that I've heard that were actually pretty decent, like Immortals of Avium, I've heard was a decent game. Forgettable, but it released right next to BG3, so like people forgot about it even faster. Partially due to player feedback and early access done right. Yeah, they sat in early access for 3 years until they felt confident. That was a great decision. Other games have done that. Hades had a very long early access period, and that's another one of my favorite games of all time. Larian's only problem now is everyone wants another BG3 now, not something you just roll out quick. I'm confident, based on their work ethic with, you know, this, that, they won't rush. Like, BG3 got announced in, what, 2018? After being speculated for a long time. An early access from 2020 to 2023. They took their time. It was worth it. Other side of that coin, DayZ, just nearly indistinguishable from where it was 10 years ago. I have that game in my library. I've never played it. I know basically nothing about it. Never played anything D&D. I didn't know anything about D&D rules. Thought turn-based was boring. Gave this a shot. Wow, this game's lived up to the hype. I'm really glad it's a fulfilling experience for you. I do think this is just, from a, you know, an achievement standpoint, this game is some generational shit. It is on a different level than everything else. Easily play this game for years? Absolutely. I hope you're right on the Larian won't rush comment. Other times wild success leads to wild money, which leads to wild decisions. They have everything I've seen from the, you know, outward-facing people at Larian, the head of the studio, the writers, the directors. They have all given me the impression that they are committed to their craft in a way that you don't see very commonly in the games industry. So I'm gonna be perhaps a little naive, and I'm gonna put some faith in there. They seem like decent people who are committed to the art of the process, you know? They like making good things that people like. I don't think Larian's ever had success quite like what BG3 is. most game devs in history have not had success the way BG3 has. It's uncharted waters for, like, everybody. There's not many games that get as big as BG3. We've had some very notable super big games in recent years. You know, Palworld is similar in scope in terms of nobody expected it to take off the way it did, and it got insane player counts. Elden Ring was highly anticipated and lived up to hype for people. Cyberpunk, highly anticipated, did not immediately live up to hype for people. Still pulled the numbers at that point, but then with the Edgerunners anime and then Phantom Liberty, they had two other major spikes that put it at that level of traffic, of retention. So we've seen other games hit similar levels of success. Time will tell. Gotta remember, gaming is the most profitable entertainment industry. It just is. So, you're gonna see some financially motivated decisions.
You should take the
Inevitably. But the fact that we have, you know, the developer of one of those absolute titans in gaming entertainment, that being this game, and they don't immediately give, you know, EA, Ubisoft sort of vibes. I take that as a good sign, personally. Again, maybe that's naive, but...
Circular symbols are etched on the skin, but it's laid.
Elden Ring was amazing. Never played a game from that studio. Waiting to see how fleshed out the DLC will be. I don't think BG3 needs DLC. The sheer scope of the game. Same with Elden Ring. Yeah, I think that this expectation that everything gets DLC is just from a couple of decades of the games industry being pretty predatory. Like, game expansions used to be the norm, more than DLCs. If we go back to the early 2000s, you've got notable expansions. Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, which is like a big game overhaul. Kind of the way Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty did. And Idris Elba, of all people, pushed back on the idea that Phantom Liberty was a DLC. He was like, no, this is an expansion. Dude gets it. But the norm used to be expansions rather than DLCs. You know, you get a new flavor of the game with additional content rather than, hey, pay $10 to give your character a cock ring. Like... Warcraft 3 expansion. I read that right. I need to make sure that I read the necessary books. BG3 needs some way to keep playing, beat New Game Plus, some arena or combat simulator or something, in my opinion. I would like those things to be added. I don't think those things would diminish the game. I'm absolutely down for any of that. I think even without those things, it's got more replay value than most games, just due to the sheer number of choices you can make in gameplay and in story. And it's got that multiplayer replay value too. So I think it'll be fine for years to come, even if they stopped adding anything right now. I don't want them to stop adding anything, but I think it would be fine.
You know these words.
Like, see them add additional subclasses to the game. Seems like a lot of potential for added gameplay. Yeah, I mean, they've got a ton of source material to pull from. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing they have an interest in adding, but fortunately they, they're open to their game being modded. So modders can do a lot for this game. A lot of games do get a lot of longevity from their modding communities.
That chair leg could make for a fine weapon.
BG3 planning on any expansions? As far as I know, they don't have plans for that currently. At least nothing they've announced.
Been linked to that button.
Your opinion is going to be the next big successful RPG? I think assuming anything will be successful before it happens is kind of setting up for a Cyberpunk sort of situation. Now, I say that as someone who's enjoyed Cyberpunk from day one. It was always a flawed game, but I always enjoyed it. Now it's at a point of quality where it's still flawed, but most people who have given it a fair shot see the value. But Cyberpunk was a victim of a rushed release of an incomplete game that could have skated by if it hadn't been hyped for 7 years before its release. Not only that, it's from a studio that people expected a lot from, that being CDPR, especially after The Witcher 3. And it's to the point where people forgot that The Witcher 3 had a pretty shit launch too. They fixed it in post, the same way they fixed Cyberpunk in post. People have short memories. So I just think tempering your expectations and assume everything will be mid, and you'll only be pleasantly surprised. Punch all the turrets, right? Yeah. I still gotta go save Volo. Have I used the mark on this rest? I don't remember. I guess we'll be able to test over there. Short memories or buy Game of the Year editions, assume it was like that out of the box. That too.
Yes, she is cataloging Kohotuan fertility rituals. I greet you, child of the sun. How has
Sequels to Cult Classics count? Dragon's Dogma 2 is end of March. These are all good questions, and there's also the fact that the definition of RPG in like modern gaming is pretty vague, isn't it? You'll see things like Lies of P and all the Souls-likes, they get put in the RPG category. It's like, okay, sure, these definitely aren't the same style of game as something like the Bethesda formula or something like this. It's a pretty muddy term. Like, you had some people saying Cyberpunk wasn't an RPG. It very much is. Like the fact that this stuff is up for debate. How generational would it be if Larian's release of BG3 set the standard for don't release games early with the expectation of being fixed in post? Like, that would be the hugest shift. I don't think it's gonna cause as many ripples as people who are optimistic want to believe, because I mean, look what happened with the last Call of Duty release. They had a 213, if I remember correctly, gigabyte DLC for their previous annual release that had the shortest campaign they've had in any of their games, that was basically an asset flip, and it still pulls insane retention. Like, they know what their consumers want, and those consumers don't want quality. They want their formula. So, like, things like that are still just gonna happen. You just put the slop on people's tables, and if it's the brand of slop that they're used to buying, they'll buy it. BG3 being a masterpiece doesn't affect that.
These are... You must drink the entire draft. It will lower the psionic.
The world loses its edges, its finer boundaries. You are fluid. That fear pierces your mind like knives of ice. The parasite digs deeper, as if it needs to hollow out your skull.
Both wisdom. I don't need to succeed that anyway. Based RPG COD 1.
A wave of the parasite.
That lava, such an out. I would offer it as a gift, and I must admit, a fascinating topic indeed. What can you tell me? What? Oh. I have never seen anything like it.
I got hit for 13 damage there. You don't want to be at low HP when you do that. You don't need to pass either of those saves, it's just don't be at low HP.
Perhaps, but at such an accelerated rate.
Work with those kind of people who all they play is COD or a sports game like MLB or 2K. And people like what they like. You know, with your limited free time, use it on entertainment that works for you. I don't begrudge those people knowing exactly what they like, especially as me, as someone, I'll play the same game for months. Like, if you look at my stream hours over the last year, it's predominantly just 3 games. For long periods of time. So I don't judge how people consume games, just... It goes back to the earlier conversation. Everybody's different. Not every game is for everybody. So the fact that different games are different things should be celebrated. And we shouldn't entertain things like people be like, oh, BG3 bad because turn-based. Or Helldivers bad because no PvP. Like, no. It's not for you. Play what is for you. Enjoy that others have something they like.
You'll find the key soon enough.
Diablo's still successful even after the initial complaints about prices. Those who pay seem to outnumber those who don't. Wallets speak.
Welcome back. Have you... I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Didn't the new COD make obscene amounts of money despite being objectively bad? I mentioned that, Jester. Yes, yes it did. Just want the formula. Like, objectively bad, creatively bankrupt, rushed, and also takes up so much file size that you can't have other games installed on your console. Like, over 200 gigabytes for a 4-hour campaign. And it's not an exaggeration when I say that it's a DLC. It literally requires you to install it to Modern Warfare 2 to turn Modern Warfare 2 into Modern Warfare 3. It's a $70 200 plus gigabyte DLC with 4 hours of campaign. But go look at the charts. A lot of people are playing it because it's what they want. I kind of want a mirror image scroll here, but I'm hesitant to spend too much right now. We'll get money, though. Diablo presumably had financial success, but the player count cratered. At what point does that matter, though, Jaybridge? Like, I'm saying that as someone who was massively disappointed by Diablo 4. And they probably can't win me back. But, like, at what point does it matter? They're selling the game for $70, $80, $90, $100. And they've got microtransactions. They've got that core player base that'll keep playing it no matter what they do. Like, at what point does it matter? All these. Not that. I do kind of miss the old UI. Personally, I want absolutely zero multiplayer PvP in my games, but I know that puts me outside the target demographic in this day and age. Understandable. I am mostly past my interest in PvP games. Occasionally one sparks my interest, but I never end up actually playing it. It's a question they want the recurring spending. People left are probably the ones doing that. Games like that all want to be the next Fortnite that makes all the money always. And we saw how many attempts at moseying out on Fortnite's territory just ultimately failed. You know, sometimes it is as simple as lightning in a bottle, right place, right time. The model doesn't necessarily work as much as the IP being the first to associate itself with it. To that scale does. Like how looter shooters as a genre don't fucking work. Just, Gearbox got really lucky with Borderlands and has that strong core audience, and Destiny has Bungie as a name behind them, and a core audience that absolutely hates every decision they make, but still comes back. Battle Royales as a genre were all the rage for a blip of time, and a lot of copycats did not last long, whereas Fortnite still goes very strong. Warzone still goes very strong.
Very well. Have you spoken with Screw?
Another example is Pokemon. Each new entry kind of divides the community. So many people are begging for improvements. They have no incentive to change because they continue to sell. Yeah, I'm kind of divided on the state of Pokemon right now, Batchet Man, because there's some things that are absolutely, you know, just very lazy, low effort things that they've done. And the Switch as a console is absolute shit, and it holds back new titles more and more and more and more. But in terms of like Generation 9 Pokemon Scarlet Violet, the DLCs were actually pretty quality, especially compared to the Gen 8 DLCs. And mechanically, in terms of gameplay, Generation 9 Pokemon is the healthiest the competitive scene has ever been. Literally the biggest turnout to tournaments in competitive Pokemon history. And the generation mechanics they put in have led to some of the most solid core gameplay in the competitive doubles scene. And official Pokemon esports competitive doubles. So, like, from a game health perspective and the core gameplay, it's doing well. Now, that's not... Most of what I said is not relevant to a casual audience at all, in any way. Hence why I'm divided. The game runs like shit. It often feels like it's missing something that the earlier games had. I get that. Do I want Reverb Boots now? Eventually, yeah. Do I even buy Pearl of Power in this run? Maybe. Fade Spell Circlet's good, but it will get replaced.
May your travel... I have never seen anything like it, Blurg.
Things with D4, they're still getting the whales. The people who just want to play and have their cool armor. For every 5 people who bought the game and bailed, there's one person with a credit card who bought all the cosmetics in that game. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Looping this back to next big success, that all depends on the perspective you have. Really like Scarlet Violet. I think the initial backlash is low-hanging fruit content farming from YouTubers. I think, to a degree, you're absolutely right, Dark Genjiro. Negativity will always travel farther than positivity. Especially in reviews. Especially on media, social media, any kind. So, yeah, absolutely. I never had as many problems as the people who were loudest about the game did. And that's happened with a few things now. But I don't know, maybe I'm a pushover in that department. Maybe I'm lucky.
How is your more personal research progressing?
I have some friends that are really into Apex still. That game's still popular by any metric you're aware of. I don't hear about it often, but I occasionally do. Sorry, this is likely not the conversation. I like chatting with you guys. If I didn't want to talk about shit, I wouldn't stop and talk to you guys. Part of the fun is just having you guys to shoot the shit with while I do this. I'm not making much progress playthrough-wise today, but that's fine. I'm just kind of chilling. Hope you guys are having a good time. Back with yet another smoothie. Ooh, what's in it? Casual, haven't played Scarlet Violet in months because BG3 and games I'd consider objectively better. Take a long look at new Legends games. That's where I see new mechanics could be done with mainline games that continue to not innovate enough. I'll repeat again. The DLCs for Scarlet and Violet were good. Very good. And core gameplay is good. But if they lost you, then they lost you. Not everything is for everyone. And at the end of the day, everyone's got to accept that.
Have I got everything then?
You straight up hilarious. You just deadpan the camera for an hour. I'm not even a Pokemon fan per se. I only acknowledged the first 251, decided to give the Switch game a try, and wasn't disappointed. They, so, like, the first video game I ever played was, Pokemon Blue. On that, that bright green Game Boy Color. You know the one. That was my first video game, so lifelong Pokemon fan. Played every game up through Gen 4. Gen 5, I was busy with, life stuff, so I kind of didn't play that right away. I did eventually get around to it, and then Gen 6, I played a little late, but I enjoyed Gen 6. Gen 7, they absolutely lost me. To this day, I think Gen 7 is absolutely bottom of the barrel, the worst slop Pokemon has ever put out, to the point where they lost me until Glenny convinced me to try Gen 8. Very late into Gen 8's life cycle. So I had low expectations for Gen 8, and subsequently for 9. But my expectations were met. Cat, don't puke on my bed. Not on the bed. Oh, it's on the bed. Alright, cat just puked on my sheets. Cool. Awesome. That's a problem for later me. Fuck was I doing? You're just gonna walk away? Oh no, part 2 is on the... Don't do it on that. There's floor right there. There is floor right there. Just like a little to the left. Okay. You got floor that time. And now the other one is sniffing it. What are you investigating? Sure. Sure. Straight up, oh, I read that. 4 AA's lasted approximately 10 minutes. Investigating if I want to eat it. He decided he doesn't want. It'd be crazy if I just threw out my bed sheets and used the new ones that I bought myself like 2 months ago that I've left in the package because change is bad. Trying to hit level 5. Really don't want to deal with Bulette, man. If I rest enough to get Scratch as a summon, I could have Scratch bait, and then I can get some good crush damage. Thinking. I wouldn't normally stress getting level 5 this early so much, but, having extra attack for Droraxlin just makes a lot of sense to me. So sorry for the slow gameplay today. I'm doing a lot of talking on my feet. Go save Bolo. Owlbear Cub's here too now.
I have something to ask.
Okay, little bro.
Well now, you... I've got simple, like...
Mother gone. You got
The cub.
No, too fat.
Old age hurts. I'm little bro, but I'm also old? Okay. Not here for speedruns unless you want a speedrun. Honor mode speedrun's getting so spicy. There's two runners who are going, like, back and forth. Down to, like, 18 minutes. Or is it the regular runs down to 18 minutes? I know there was an honor record set last week at, like, 19. It might be the regular one that's down to, like, 18.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
What's in here? Wish I had a bag of holding.
Always good to grab the water from each of Shadowheart's campsite locations. Shadowheart has water, which is useful, and incense, which sells well. Karlach has silver spoons, which sell well. Alcyn has water as well. Gale has mugwort. Level 5 would also mean my potion crafting will be at its most efficient. Kind of holding off on making anything. How many speed pots do I have? 2? Maybe okay. How could you Shark might die from dehydration? Like, she's got it. She's okay.
I want to have a word.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
We'll never forget him.
That on for now.
Ah, pain without purpose is a terrible thing. Wouldn't you agree?
I never used his mace. But killing him and getting it to sell might not be the worst idea.
Forgive me, but please.
This man is of common.
Simply. Yes. The pain you suffer will cleanse you. Do not fight it.
I forgot Phil Arloof. No, I have intimidation provision. Okay, this is better. Everybody's so thirsty in this game, so I wonder why they don't all die of dehydration. Real.
As you wish. Wonderful. Just wonderful. That's it! Welcome the pain. Let it become part of you.
Weird why there's so many options for remaining silent since it doesn't give you buff. Apparently, if you fail those saves, it gives you the buff. That's what I was told a couple streams ago. I've never attempted that, but that would be kind of cool. peas in her. Ow, motherfucker.
Don't go bothering my pigeon. What's it to ya?
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
I need to use the mark here. Well, I don't need to use the mark, but if I use the mark here, I won't be able to use it on Flind, but I want to rest before Flind anyway. Because that should be... If I double rest, that'll be, Deathstalker's Mantle. I could also pick up Will and Karlach. That'll be another rest event to throw in there, too. But maybe I hold off on that until after I get Deathstalker's Mantle. Gas station sushi for breakfast today. Sometimes you gotta put your stomach through some drills to make sure it's paying attention, you know? Gage, I woke up with a horrible stomach at 4 and 6 a.m. today. The pain immediately came back reading that message. But you do you. I apologize.
You're mine.
He's the...
I guarantee we mustn't tarry, but I...
Because it's cheap or something. Works for me. So there's a spear I want over here. It's a dirge inspiration to torture this guy, but if you torture this guy, these guys go over to Minthara and give her the Grove information, and she moves. So I don't know how I want to handle that. I don't know what they'll do if Minthara's already, like, dead. I didn't trip that trigger yet. Let's check Moonglow's inventory. I've also never used this Wand of Fireballs. I guess it makes sense if you get the Helldusk armor. But, like, that could still just kill you. I guess if you have evasion. So that's probably pretty funny. Trade, are you here? Have you ever considered using this on your rogue run? Because I'll get evasion as a monk. I could just use this for AoE. Is this thing reusable? I know it says short rest cooldown, but it also says single use. I've never used it. Like 8d6 evasion, just succeed the dex save. Forehead. Only one use? Still potentially useful, though.
Already turned quite the profit today, so I'm feeling generous.
You have a Colossus elixir. Well, first, you get a backpack. We'll generously donate a backpack. Special arrows definitely going in there. Featherfall, enhanced sleep. Force. Access to Firebolt wouldn't be the worst thing. 12 awareness. Will I want initiative? Maybe. Monster Hunter Glaive is more jump. I guess that's potentially useful, but that's expensive. Hunter's Dagger in a backpack. She should get another one. Every rest. Just stack up those so I can buy +1 daggers for her easily. Don't jump on my desk. You already puked on my bed today. Stop it. Don't do that. Bonk. Bonk. jumped on my desk. Jake, puker of beds. He's cute. I'm not mad at him. Tiefling Barbarian could probably make use of it. Shame there aren't any Tiefling Barbarian companions in the game. The real shame there just are none. Larian should add one. He just really wants to lay on my desk. He keeps jumping back up there. Cat, please, come on. I'm already being slow today, Jake. People are gonna get mad at me if I go any slower.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Colossus, I should really buy this. Have an invis pot. Where's the balance offer button? Oh, I could use this screen. Oh, that's so scuffed. Everything's so small. No. Buffer.
Pleasure.
Especially one with a very emotionally intense story and thought-provoking dialogue choices. Shame we don't have that yet. Yeah, yeah. I guess we really lack something like that. Are? Where? Those thing called Spectator illusion thing was strong. Spectators are definitely something to be respected. Respectator. Spectator not like vampires or something, only attack the star and down to 2 or 3 times. I don't really know how its target prioritization works. Some enemies do prioritize certain things. Like the Boulette will prioritize monstrosities, for example. You can weaponize that pretty effectively. I'm gonna go high AC for right now.
I'll feel that one later.
A couple turns should do it.
This place is falling apart. Could have happened by itself.
No such thing as
So going through the back way to get the drop on them makes some sense. Because I could move the barrel and an alchemist fire them. I can also just try to minor illusion them to the barrel from here.
Should mind my step.
Oh, you're still surprised? Okay. Well, not quite how I wanted that to go, but I can still take advantage of that. That's still okay. How you doing? Where the lethal real-time combat happen? Was it Bugbear? Sure was. You had that one happen? I knew it could happen at Spectator. I didn't know it could happen there. Void Bulb have enough range to pull in the barrel back there? Yeah, but it would pop it. Because it would do 1 damage. I'm honestly down to just use another bomb.
At the ready.
Scripted battle giving you a surprise round against the Rose. Try to outsmart it. Script breaks and outsmarts you. Yep. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Quite too smart for his own good. Yeah, this time I just jumped up, did it as normal, got the free surprise round, flurry of blows. That was that. But tried to get too cheeky before. Just the routing run already. I actually didn't do a routing run for this one, which is probably why we're 2 resets deep. I just kind of decided, fuck it, let's go. I did cave and get myself some advanced knowledge of the changes they made in the patch, and I'm very glad I did, because, yeah, I'm very glad I did, because one of them would have just frustrated the shit out of me. New legendaries. Harness is interesting now. I still don't actually have the faintest idea of how I'm going to deal with Harness. I should have done a routing run to see how his dialogue tree works, but I didn't do that. So, we'll find out together. Yeah, Karnas kind of scares the shit out of me now. Drawers one is cool. I highlighted over that. That one I think is cool. I still don't think he needed one, but I do think the one they chose to give him was well designed and doesn't feel too unfair. I think Karnas legendary action is just bad. For the same reason I think Nir's is terribly designed. And, you know, proof of Nir's being terribly designed is they had to completely rework the trigger conditions in patch 6. It's still bad, but I just don't like the idea of damage retorts, because it specifically punishes, like, the exact stuff I do. Having one character strike first, strike hardest. It's actually fresh. The Vine Golem got pretty underwhelming, just more damage one. Yeah. Probably same strats for that one, just have it sit there in a firewall. Feed it summons if you really need aggro redirection. Meh. What does Drawer do now? If you target any allies that are in his aura, he gives everything within 5 meters of him action surge. Also, his aura now debuffs enemies in addition to buffing allies. Just bundle with small vines and kill those kind of barrelmancy, but enemy mancy. Oh, he sets up a mine there. I forgot about that. So we got Anders, Arlak Will, Face Fighter Matriarch, Redcaps Ethel, the fight by the Kaga evidence, Underdark stuff. I could free Halsin as well. Now let's go free Halsin. I'll talk to Volo in camp first. Aaron? Yeah. I was on a whim, I was like, let's save Alfira this time. And she wasn't the rest event, so I went back to where I was to knock her out again. Aaron was waiting, and he just put Cloud of Daggers on me. Cloud of Daggers does damage when applied, and then on my turn. So it's about the only thing he could have had in his scroll inventory that would successfully do that to me. Because everything else wouldn't have enough damage without a crit. But that was enough.
I was just settling in and reviewing my latest findings. Mind flayers, cultists, and of
Fireball
course,
scroll?
your
Ooh, Chromatic
esteemed
Orb.
company.
I shouldn't spend this much money on Volo, but... Girls really don't want to be saved in this game. Alfira, Isabel. Yeah, it's... Yeah. The utter confusion in those clips. I laughed so hard after the Aaron death. It was one of those belly laughs that echoed. I was sore for the rest of the day. I needed that laugh. It was so good. Give me a second. This cat, I need to see what he needs. I'm a little worried about him. So, BRB. Okay, I'm back. kind of snack too.
Why, I'm practically an expert. They've tentacles, you know? Quite shocking. The druid Halson had some kind of... As a matter of fact, that's quite impossible, isn't it? Oh!
It was the MVP of my Miracle Kill. She not only hit every attack smite, multiple occasions ran into Miracle in a way to hit him with Radiant Aura. Amazing. Yeah, I've been rethinking my Miracle strat post-patch. And it's probably to, get a surprise round and save Aelin. Or going, talking down Ketheric. Hey, what are you doing, little bro? Fight the two in the barn. I can do that. Char Spear, that's rare. They changed how, Ketheric works in that arena patch. You can't both get the surprise round and talk him into going straight into phase 2. So that requires adjustment. And this is a character that has neither, real use of the spear directly, nor, proficiency with the armor. I'm gonna have guidance for this, but hopefully it's fun.
Ogre. You notice a peculiar dagger protruding from the tough, leathery meat.
Hate having to use an inspiration on that, but it's 15 XP to get the dagger, which is why I wanted it. I don't really care much about the dagger. Or is that you? How you doing, Felicia? Aralda seems good for Monk? Yeah. Aralda's just good. Do I want AC for this? I think I want AC for this. Go get Valara Luve too. Get French toast bites for brunch. Ooh. Really?
Alright, time to skulk about.
Why didn't you move? That's new. This is not how they behave.
First step is the hardest. I don't need any attention right now. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
They were busy. Doing what? That's awkward.
Maybe I should... No, this is good.
Get out! Out!
What a throw. Does it make you wonder if they came out already with weapons equipped? Normally the step of having to do that minor illusion isn't necessary. The camera, you can zoom in now. You should. Makes you wonder they're keeping those weapons. You know where.
I'm coming for you.
Sneaking.
Here goes nothing.
There's the crush damage.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Probably be able to get an angle on me. Oh, you have to dash. Perfect. The tree blocking me? A tree is totally blocking me. Now, while she's raging, her rocks actually do a lot of damage.
Just out of view.
I love many of my options here.
Have to keep going.
Let's hope she does nothing on this turn. AI's broken. Here.
Should get started. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Okay, yeah. Broker AI with hiding.
That should work. That's a friendly looking shadow.
Thank you.
Hope this ends well. Don't want to draw any attention. way?
Can't risk being in open view.
Random question, are auto shotties and outriders any better than the pump action? I don't remember the answer to that confidently enough to give one.
Alright then.
Thanks for testing.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Pretty bad early on, at least. Yeah, I don't really know the comparison. It's been so long.
Good idea, I think.
Alright, time to skulk about.
Hide not work? Ow. What happened?
Alright then.
When did I stop paying attention? No way you can see me from there. No fucking way. Sure you can, Bertha. Sure you can. 1 HP. Ooh.
With haste.
Okay. Villain Jack of all trades run? No, I got that achievement just by you can hire a hireling and just assign one level of every class to them. Oh, I got that. I'll do a playthrough with that at some point.
Might be useful.
Honestly, won't be very interesting. It's like you either do dodge tank strats with like retaliation damage, a lot of effects for that, or you just use a lot of consumable items, or you upcast a ton of magic missiles. Not a super interesting run.
Please.
Make an XP progress. I have to rest in a moment. So part of me wants to do the Sanctuary strat for Flint. Especially now with me being down to 2 inspiration. Books tab. I sell the book that I was supposed to be keeping. Might have. No, I didn't. I just heavily invest in the Illithid powers, seem decently strong. I grab those on every run anyway, so. But having access to those is sort of limited, because you get them in specific places. So, like, early Act 1, you really don't realistically have any more access than this. Like, my next one would be killing Minthara. Next one after that, or up to 2, would be from Nier. So I can only get access to 3 more without locking myself out of the Tiefling storyline thing. So, you know, some of them are good. Obviously, Concentrated Blast is great and spammable, and you'd be doing a lot of that. But it's action economy inefficient. Until you get the Awaken buff in the Mountain Pass, a lot of this stuff isn't sustainable. Once it is, then yeah, you could Guidance Concentrated Blast every turn. As long as you have good movement, it's fine. You don't get the outer ring until Act 3, and Act 3 gear gets even crazier, so... Like, basically, this game peaks in difficulty end of Act 2. It starts hard, gets easy, gets hard again, then gets easy, and never gets hard again. I've given Gale all of his food. Oh, the blazer I can just sell. Don't have Will and Karlach yet still, but that's okay. This rest should be Alfira. No? Who's stopping this? No, it's Shard again. I made sure not to get approval with her, and this still happened.
Something's wrong. No.
Fine-ish. Gives an opportunity for... Maybe we get Scratch's ball. We can get the eye from Vola.
But you're desperate to be... The parasites are... Were it not for my... You...
Any ball, Scratch? No? Touch you anyway, you're a good boy.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
I hate the new UI. Yeah, that's official. It just defaults to a tab where it doesn't show what he fucking has. I hate it. You have another fireball scroll? I shouldn't. Prettier, far less useful, effective. Hopefully they smooth it out in future updates. I'm disappointed that they changed it like this.
Volo carefully. The needle finds paint.
Oh, bother.
Volo carefully. Volo slow contact.
Do you feel that?
People.
There appears to be...
Myconid Colony will get our AC buff from Gut and Glut. We'll check our vendor inventories down here.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Recordings used. Circle to blasting for a Scorching Ray use isn't the worst investment here either. But I'll wait.
Welcome back.
I greet you, son child.
We put Gale in the party. I have 2 books I need him to read.
Given the magnitude of what we're up against. Any opportunities for us to indulge our Seek and you shall find me.
Yeah, Gale doesn't need to... You don't need to pass any checks to convince him to use tadpoles. You answer that way there.
Never a dull
Useful for party runs. You can have Gale, Astarion, and Minthara all using tadpoles without having to talk them into it.
Salutations.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
What's on your mind?
Gale.
I'll...
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Dareth.
I have never seen
Gotten
anything
blood.
like it, Blood. She's evolving.
The grunting from the haste spores. I guess this is nice if you do any of the fights here. But like enemies can get it too. Like I don't understand the purpose.
What? No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Takes time for the inventory to load in now with the UI change. Do not want it. A ring of flinging. Psychic spark. Spell sparkler, in case I need to click that magic missile to get away. Bracers of defense. Actually, I might not need the bracers of defense, because if I have the +2 from you...
Nothing hurts anymore.
Come.
Eat. Come. Noted. AC. Okay, so I could do without Ring of Protection here. Crusher's Ring. Still have 20 AC. I like that. If I get some decent clothes, we'll be chilling. We'll be gaming.
Moving in.
Bloodlust or Colossus? In doubt, Bloodlust.
else minds their business, I'll be fine. What path lies before me?
Whoa, what happened?
That's the symbol of the Absolute, marked in blood.
Kinda thick today. What, my character or me?
With a shock, you see your whole world as a meal, a memory, buried.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
If I had negative wisdom, I feel like this is why we went and topped off our inspiration. That's...
Sensing your presence, its host, a shadow.
Success is a success.
Good idea, I think.
This calls for careful footwork.
Another step forward.
Their shadow. Yeah, go right there. So ideally, Flint takes down most of them and then dies. I want to probably look for me on its next turn. Like you're gonna do that now? Meteor Beam, Iron Moth. I'll let you cook.
Hope this ends well.
By the surprise tactic on the Apostle Merkle today, it still works. Not remote attack the Mind Flayer from Invis. Everything worked expected. Ketherick still talked and everything, Northern Water? Yes? Okay, cool. Crisis averted. Never mind. Aelin always dies again. Thank you for testing. So, I guess it's maybe specifically attacking Ketherick? Or maybe they worded it in a weird way to target the speedrun strat. And it sounds like it targets the other strat, but it doesn't. Because there's other things they worded weirdly in the patch too. Like, the whole can't hold person gnolls thing, which they had backwards. And now gnolls are humanoids. They weren't. Now they are. Who succeeded? You? Yeah, this is why I don't want to fight them straight up. Give a chef emote for all the cooking around here. I like it. I like it. There goes Way of the Rat stuff. It's going well, other than my key points being inhaled. We're about to get Flynn's tadpole. Using mage armor scrolls plus guts shield of faith. I'm sitting at 20 AC right now with the bracers of defense. Kinda neat. I'm gonna switch to sparkle hands here. Down to 18, but still okay. Somewhat quite weird. Yeah, that's a good one. I was kind of hoping Flynn would do a little more, but okay. Survive like one more round and I'll start third partying. Wow, turn that one to fucking paste. Still 5 turns will leap. You haven't taken damage though. I really want to intervene on Flynn's behalf. Kinda don't, but I'd like her to live one more turn. She you with a little chef's hat. Cooks and it cooks you. You do be cooking. Hey Seisha, how you doing? Business Lady Radio. How the hell are you?
Softer than a whisper.
Shadow Strike Resonance Stone. Go on. What's Shadow Strike's damage?
Fall by my hand. Seems like the best way.
Again.
Of course you missed. Fucking, why wouldn't you?
Need to find a way forward.
It was almost clean. Really? We're really just doing that? Cool, I guess.
I don't need any attention right now. Don't waste a step.
38 psychic plus weapon. That's maybe not bad. Maybe. I still feel like it's copium.
And away I go.
There's an illithid parasite in that
Longer than it
corpse.
should have.
You should take a look.
Bye. Are any of my crew still? Risen Road's more dangerous than ever. We're bound for Baldur's Gate. Tell the fellow on the door. Little doesn't change the plan though. We'll have.
What's absolute copium? You've heard of the voice of the absolute. Have you heard of the copium of the absolute?
With haste.
this illusion just gonna stay there?
Yourself together.
Can you go away?
Breathe deep and move.
Ollie came over. Whoops.
Always room for more.
Mushrooms in the Myconid colony for you, also just dispersing haste spores. Yeah, there's just a bunch of haste spore clouds there now. And it's really weird. I don't know why they did that. Like, maybe that's to be a cool arena feature if you do the fight there, but like, enemies would get it too, and that seems scary. I don't know why. It's really annoying because things will just grunt when they go through it. Anytime you're in the Myconid colony, you just periodically hear people grunting for no reason. I can go over to the Zent hideout. Tadpole all the week. Added random grunting in the kissing update feels intentional. Alright, which is more romantic? Random grunting while surrounded by mushrooms? Or horny posting at 9 AM about people getting on their knees, the way Larian tends to do.
Certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so is it done.
Your initiative. One. I have a 50-50 chance of going before her. Wait. Happened at 9 AM. It was like early. There are so many comments like, Larian, day hasn't started yet.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
This is the spot Rugen on. Doesn't look like much.
God, it was, you wasn't checked. 9:30 AM Eastern, yep.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Unequipping still works, I just gotta double click the thing.
Walking death.
Often wonder just how horny the staff Larian generally. I mean, considering the game they made,
Bet that will fit in
I
my
feel like you would have to at least be a little bit, you know, just to understand.
What's hiding here?
Never knew there was a key there, but I guess the backup key is there. Sneak past the guy.
Look at that.
Or if he runs away, I guess.
That's fine.
Hold on.
You reveal. Come down.
You're revealed, come. Listen. Time for Act 3. Ooh, nice. Go Friday or play WoW, definitely not. I mean, I suppose I have no way of knowing. Probably not.
show you one. Our trader can show you some of our more
Okay, new icon for Shattered Flail. Like, I want this item to not be trash. But, like... 1d6 plus 6, that's, like, pretty decent base damage. It's just going mad doesn't seem like it's ever worth this.
Any falls behind, I'll leave them for the fist. And in no state to tell tales.
Well, if you have the gold, my pet, of course. Got some interesting stock for a friend of the family.
So purchasing Giant Breaker might actually happen, since my AC won't be good for a lot of the run. Could be a way to, like, Giant Breaker plus a method of applying Radiating Orbs. Could patch that up in combination with, say, a Mirror Image Scroll. That's all still a bunch of chance stuff, though. Gloves of Thievery, maybe we want for pickpocketing endeavors. Like, if I buy Gloves of Thievery from this guy, I could try to steal Titan String. It's just, this room has a ton of explosives, so if I lose initiative, they're just gonna blow me up. Titan String's tempting, but realistically, I should just plan on Bow of the Banshee. We'll grab those.
Pleasure.
Never understood how both Ketheric and Gortash can go insane from Mord's mindless blabbering, because Ketheric is a broken man and Gortash is so high on his own farts he barely notices the actions of other people. $7.29. Tell me with a straight face, Sora, that Gortash wouldn't stick his head down there, let one rip, inhale and say something like, "Ah, the chosen of Bane's farts are also chosen." He seems like that kind of guy. I was thinking of that, Foster. Take these Alchemist Fires now. There's some Barbarian Gloves up there. Sell those if nothing else. Ow. it just doesn't want to. Okay. Sure. Did I break this chest? How'd that hit me? That could have killed me. Huh? I'm half dead from that. The self chest. Hey Nunu, how are you? New definition of having chest pains. Yeah. Three chests. I'm well here, man. Chests are finally fighting back. Busy weekend so far. Hopefully good busy. Throw too many of them. They know. They're just like Aaron. They wised up.
Open up.
Like, these paladins. Do I want this smoke? In the house ready for my brother and his wife to move in. They got a baby on the way too. Gonna be a full house. And oh, that's awesome. Best kill. Do you like a mimic? No, just a regular inanimate chest. I'm trying to make elaborate Home Alone style traps with the adamantine chests and boxes. It's like a good time. I don't think I want the smoke yet. I still don't have Deathstalker's mantle because Shart stopped Alfira from showing up. Why didn't Aaron go kill Shart? Hmm? Where's the equal treatment? Is there one pack on Knowles? Did I kill it in like the double pull?
Should mind my step.
Pretty sure I already killed it. Yeah.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Been up to get the cutscene and expect it does work, and as long as you don't go full past the bridge, you can still get Withers in the Ruins. Yeah, there's definitely more optimal ways of tackling that than what I've done. It's a can that I'm kicking down the road until Warlock or Sorcerer runs, or where I'm gonna want to do it, because I'm gonna want Potent Robe. Probably Wizard too. Wizard, Warlock, Sorcerer. I'm gonna want Potent Robe. Maybe Bard as well. Didica Sorcerer? Yeah. Makes sense to me. Decided to do an Origin playthrough finally other than Dirge. Chose Shadowheart. Found Nautilus significantly more annoying when down a person. More incentive to just run past, I imagine. So starting as Cleric, you at least have some options, but, you know, Party Shadowheart Cleric anyway, so... Yeah, you're just down a person. Same thing happens if you choose Lae'zel. Well, actually, no, it doesn't, because Lae'zel gets that replacement person. Yeah, Lae'zel gets that replacement. Oil change in my car right now, though, letting the oil drain so my hands are free for a minute. You doing an oil change on me? Next. Why are you standing?
He of the unsleeping eyes. He should never have been here and... please, just leave me be.
Or the long rest sequence for saving off here. I'm just being lazy with it. It's less complicated than I'm making it in my brain, I'm sure. I'm being foolish. Need you guys to know.
Helm, allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so it is.
But I shouldn't pick. But Sparkle hands give us advantage. This dude's still up here. He's an extra inspiration whenever I want that.
Never wanted the easy path.
But I think I'm gonna save that for a little bit longer. 689 XP. I'm trying to avoid doing major things as long as possible. I'm not gonna risk Harpies. Even though I have a Fireball Scroll, I can take out 3 of them instantly. Both guards run up when you start fighting off here. I just let them knock me after I KO off here and waited out the prison sequence. Yeah, so I didn't get that because Aaron used Cloud of Daggers on me. So I just died. Cloud of Die. I guess having high initiative so that Aaron can't outspeed you, and maybe doing it inside of darkness so you could hide right away. Torturing that guy is a Dirge Inspiration, which is of course XP. It gives me access to a couple more spears I'm going to want for throwing purposes, but it moves the Torturers over to where Minthara is. I don't want that. I could convince them to leave. And I only get a little bit of that XP. Let's bust out Halsin, at least. All I have this Bloodlust Elixir on.
Dane, those eyes. You.
And she doesn't try to upcast death on you and to get the KO. Yeah. Have a fire arrow. No. Rare not having fire arrow. Making people mad. Madness sets them to -115 instead of -100. Any mechanical impacts of that, or?
This calls for careful footwork.
Better than nothing.
Life you took.
No surprise, really? Surprise rounds are so scuffed, and I lost my Bloodlust action too.
One day I'll catch a break.
It just hates your monk run. It does. There are people who need to talk to. It's like the full 500 gold before level 5. You want them to talk? Okay, I see. Suspicious meat is also for healing. Is it? I figure I'll have a lot. I have the gruel, and I haven't picked up any of the dwarf meat yet. But good to know. I didn't know that was also for healing. Nice crit for 4 damage. I probably should have let those guards get alerted, but this is cleaner. No inspo for it. I think that's only dwarf belly. Yeah, I think you only get inspo for your first dwarf piece. Specifically. Well, I wonder if you can use them while shapeshifted now. Because, before patch 6, you couldn't use the dwarf meat while shapeshifted because the game wouldn't recognize you as Dirge anymore.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Pass without trace. Pass without trace is juicy.
Here goes nothing. That should work. With haste.
Remember my first Urge run when I examined the meat, saw the healing tag, and started laughing. I used quite a bit of it to proc the Bless Ring in combats on my first honor run. For accuracy.
Either way, I owe thanks. I am the... How is this? That must be where the... If you want to find a cure, I cannot allow these butch... They are the ones holding these parasites together. Remove them. There is no safety.
Both had 2 Warg Fangs this time. Love to see it. Nice, suspicious meat. Still intact? Use guidance pre-combat for blast and concentrated blast. Sometimes. Should be doing more of that, but currently I have Psychic Spark on, so I can't. I shouldn't have used Pass Without Trace for concentrated blast there, but I just didn't want any bullshit to happen, and I figure I just rested, so I have key points again. Whatever.
No traps, please.
Over bullshit always? Yeah. Can you ever get XP from this one? Did I get XP? I don't think he gives XP. Wizard fights low on tactician, a lot of bullshit and darkness, man. I usually kite him down the hallway through a series of traps I've created. What I did on the druid run instead was I just blasted him with spells during a surprise round, and then on his turn he just kind of like killed a couple of my zombies, if I remember correctly, and then I killed him on the first proper round. Yeah, I always like using a bomb in here because there is a bomb in here, so net neutral on resources. Friend laughed when I streamed pre-staging Barrelmancy before talking to me. Barrelmancy will always be just the funniest. I try not to do it anymore. Not because I think it's illegitimate or anything. I know some people are super fucking elitist about it. And I think that's weird behavior. Just because I like to know how each class can handle it with their class abilities, where possible. There's some situations that I throw that out the window. Like, I am absolutely not above continuing to use Chain Lightning Scroll strats against your gear and as a backup strat on Merkel. You're not stopping me. But having gone through Honor with barrels, it's easy to eliminate most boss fights from the game with barrels. Like, on my first clear, I barreled Balthazar, Minthara, Merkel, and the Brain. So, yeah, on subsequent runs I haven't done that. Get the Honor Guard are scary? They sure are. For the Rogue solo run that Trade has done the primary theory crafting for, the Gith monks are like the final boss of the game. The Honor Guard. How do you barrel the Brain? So you can get a lot of fireworks. The fireworks are much lighter than a lot of other explosives, and you can just fill a backpack with fireworks and just put them next to the Brain and blow it up. They're pretty light. Yeah, the assholes are legit the hardest fight. They're kind of the true final boss. Because not only are you in a place where you can't flee, you're in a place where you can be cliffed. They have incredible movement, incredible CC resistance, very good action economy, and it's also an escort mission. It's like, so many things can go wrong so quickly. Emperor's done 2 of them. Oh, the Emperor's doing something for you? Interesting. Usually, for me, personally, he just fails to dominate one each turn, and then on the last turn of combat against the enemy with 13 HP left, uses Chain Lightning. That's usually how it goes. Rub in that he did something for you. Sure. Another Hunter's Dagger. Put that in the backpack. Put the scrolls and the Invis Potion in there too. Darkness Era. Oh yeah, I can't fucking multi-select anymore. They turned off multi-select. In vendor inventories. I use that magic weapon scroll. We'll see. That's a bug, this damn, it's annoying. A bunch of the changes they did to UI, like seeming quality of life stuff, actually just made the game worse. Like, me not being able to send things directly to a companion's inventory because they would have to be in my party in the camp is really annoying. But now my stash is more cluttered than it would have been. vendor inventory is now taking time to load in because of the new menu structure. And then not being able to multi-select in vendor UIs. And also there's no alchemy mats tab anymore. So parsing through those in vendor UI is kind of annoying. As a longtime Borderlands player, I'm used to new updates making the UI of the game I love shit. So, this isn't new to me. But never fun, you know? Talk to Lae'zel for a little XP. Wonderland's bank loading flashbacks, uh-huh. As a Discord user, oh, yeah, that's another good example. My return, how goes it? It's going, Viper. We're, being as much of a rat as possible, working my way towards hitting level 5 before I have to commit to doing anything difficult, because I'm a coward. When was the last time you vibed to some Wonderlands or Borderlands, by the way? I haven't played either on the new PC yet, just because I didn't port over my saves, and I'd have to, like, plug in my old PC and then switch the HDMI over and do all that shit, and, you know, copy it over, and I just haven't been willing to put in the time for that. But there's been a bunch of times where I've been considering booting up BL3.
No point in
I've used Chain Lightning to kill the last two gifts. There it is. Always at the end. I don't think someone playing this game solo is a coward, and hello. Hey, welcome in, Anna Amsold. Did I get that correct? Please correct me if I didn't get your name right. Hi. Yeah, I mean, solo challenge, it's a challenge. Obviously, there's more risk with fewer party members. But we'll see if you still think I'm not a coward after you watch me play like a rat and just hide all the time. Just Anna's completely fine. We'll do. I need more mats for jump potions. I haven't set up Gale to be my crafter yet. Because I like doing the split of 2 Transmutation Wizard, 3 Lore Bard. Obviously that requires level 5. Before that, you can do 4 Transmutation Wizard, and you'll be able to have 18 Wisdom. And, go for it that way, but fails really hurt, so I like giving advantage through Enhance ability. I think I wait on that. 3 wizard, 1 rogue is better. At level 4, it's 1 more medicine. Oh, the proficiency is more than the better ability score. As per usual. Yeah, that makes sense. Red caps in the swamp still assholes though. I always hold off fighting them until I have Ring of Free Action, because one of them has hold person scrolls, like 3 of them. So I don't think I can judge. I didn't even finish this game once, just play multiple runs at once. Hey, I do that too. I think everyone does that. You get an idea for a character, it gets stuck in your brain, and you gotta explore it. I get it. I don't want Boulette pulling any shit. I still haven't gotten Falara loops. Let me do that. The 2 honor runs I started yesterday. There you go. the vault for potion crafts as a Starian for a happy bonus. Yeah, I suppose I could do that. Have him bite me, lesser restoration it off. Logical. I could pick a fight with these Minotaurs and hope Boulette saves me. I have enough movement. Yeah, Boulette will definitely spawn if I go over there now. What's my 5 temp HP from? Bloodlust? Okay. Yeah, if you want to do this without checks, you just bleed on the rock. Get it. I should have done a really good job of not doing that in this game, which is normally not the case with me. I think it's because the story has been so compelling. Individual use case, though. On my first playthrough, I didn't really... Well, actually, no, that's not even true. My first character, I never finished. I got, like, 2 hours in and wanted to start a different character. So I never finished that one, so yeah. I've just been like that the whole time.
Alright, time to skulk about.
There's Boulette. Alright, Boulette's gonna third party here.
Should get started.
I gotta try to break line of sight. Like hiding in the back of the outpost, just bonus action hide. The rampart. Did Boulette not pop up? Did I outrange so it just didn't? Interesting. Yeah.
This calls for careful footwork.
Well, I still have enough movement, and that's obscured. It shouldn't be able to see me, and the AI might stop it from doing anything. I run a Blade Warlock now they fixed the disarm shit. Yeah, pure melee lock sounds like fun. Oh, you just ran away. Are you fighting the Boulette over there, but you're not in combat with me? Why did you run that way? I'm so confused. Oh yeah, they are fighting Boulette. See the combat log. Just Boulette wasn't in the combat with me. Cool. Wanted the X speed.
Right. Time to skulk about.
Biggest risk when making third-party fights bad turn order. Yeah, especially doing turn-based shit. Like, I didn't learn my lesson. Oh, I got the Ball Temple bridge encounter in 2 turn orders once. That seems annoying, actually. Don't immediately see me. Also, you healing is kind of rude. Still have the acid condition, though. I can use that. Part of me wants to get in there and flurry of blows. Are you the bludgeoning golden one? No, it's the other one that died. If I get in melee range and I don't have the surprise round, no, that's risky. We'll just shoot. For vendors, the only vendors I've seen so far are the Emerald Grove. There's 3 in the Myconid colony. In the Underdark. There's 1 in the Zhentarim hideout. There's 2 in the Goblin camp. Did get the surprise round.
All right.
For you. They progress more in all directions then. You'll get it.
What path lies before me?
I'll go here, so I hopefully have a high ground. Crush damage.
No hesitation.
Ooh, good crit.
Softer than a whisper. Have to keep going.
You failed investigation. You should go for that. No? Okay, just don't jump. 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 Notice any more lag or stuttering since patch 6? I have not noticed that. Anything's been running smoother for me. As the enemy's dying again, you visit places you've been before. The animation was funny, but the audio always scared me. I would always somehow forget.
Maybe I should... No, this is good. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Like, I could probably just... flip that lever.
I wonder if the gods are watching me.
We won't. We won't. We'll be smart. He's gonna drop combat again. Annoying. You're not the one with the loot. I just, like... Good angle for that. Fine. No, fine. Makes the Minotaurs fight the Spectator, obviously. I could punch it again. That damage wasn't awe-inspiring. I think I want to do here is,
Light on my feet.
Now, it can probably still just jump up here. But I like this position better.
First step is the hardest. Just out of view.
You're just gonna... Okay. That works.
Maybe I should... No, this is good.
There's the crush damage. I needed to be higher.
Right now.
Okay, yeah, AI is broken. We're good.
Hope this ends well. Out of sight, out of mind.
That crush damage is... like, it might even be balanced that you don't get XP from crush kills. Maybe. It's just a lot, you know?
If not over, then through. Maybe I need more pockets.
I guess you did have a little bit of money on you, but I didn't cliff you. Spider Queen 1 works in a similar way. Cool. I think when I eventually deal with the Spider Queen, I will probably just opt for, like, Amulet of Branding, Arrow of Slaying, and then Flurry of Blows in the subsequent round. Like, Luck of the Far Realms on an Amulet of Branding boosted Arrow of Slaying from, like, Titan String Bow, maybe. Should do 3/4 for HP. I gotta just punch. Okay, so if I walk here, that's one of the Boulette spawns, but I accidentally tripped that one, so I don't know if it's still active. There's the likely spot where I want to fight it next. There's a piece of loot that I want there, and also an item that I can get an inspiration from Gale. A legendary action pretty much ends the game over, I think. What, the spider one? Yeah. I've never had it used on me because I never let her live that long, but shouldn't Nir's boots just protect you from that being able to happen? Nir's boots and having a source of protection from poison. Spectator... I have to switch to Vigilance, though. That is a scary fight. They buffed the, Amulet the Spectator drops to not have a fixed DC 13 anymore. Well, that's cool. Good work on the Hook Horrors. That's another Boulette spawn, though. How good's my throw damage per turn? Oh, fantastic. Be better with Colossus. I could always Shriek and then Flurry of Blows. Start the Spectator spawn without being surprised. You always be surprised around 1 of combat. Very stupid. Unless you use Alert. Yeah. I don't love it.
That's a friendly
I usually like sending in enlarged Boulette to just land on it. Because even if I fuck up, then Boulette's just there soaking damage for me.
That took the edge off.
Rip key points. Start by throwing Basilisk go one of the drop. Yeah, that, and then I have Bullet Jump. Yeah. Same page. Oh, you're gonna heal? Why do Hook Horrors have that? That's so annoying. Enemy Null Hunter alive, 2 HP left. Will, 88%. Eldritch Blast misses. Null Frenzy's down, kills Will in 1 turn. Oh yeah, Frenzying Nulls are like... them having multi-attack. It just shows the value of action economy. They could shoot 3 times at you in 1 turn. And each hit can be like, I don't know, 8 damage without a crit. That's there's a lot to deal with at low levels. One of the strongest Aquan enemies for sure.
Good idea, I think.
Pass Without Trace isn't helping me here. It's actually hurting me.
Move with care.
Because me succeeding the stealth check means I'm not getting the surprise round. And it's just instantly healing instead of even attempting to look for me. My stealth is too good to sneak.
Alright then. Out of sight, out of mind.
Good miss, huh?
Don't want to draw any attention. Breathe deep and move.
I don't care, I just heal. Too lazy to look for you. You imagine if Skyrim NPCs did this?
I don't need any attention right now.
It appears it's actually looking for me now? Or it... yeah, okay, good. This is what I want. This is what I want. Do not like the amount of damage I'm doing. We'll have to fix that.
That should work. Can't risk being in open view.
Fix to restore hit points so NPCs can only actually use it 5 times a day, like the description says. Remove it, it's stupid and I hate it.
Here goes nothing. Better be cautious. Best be on my way.
Peak rat gameplay. Okay, now you see me? How? Okay. Well.
Seems like the best way. I'll strike you down.
Use your Illithid potential.
We love those. We love those. Did you not get stunned? Environmental turn.
Can't even catch my breath.
Okay. Sure.
Light on my feet.
One of the patients are playing like this, I don't know if I'm ever able to win honor mode, but I'll try. This is far from the only way you have to play honor mode. I am doing things in an order that is like, the game doesn't really expect you to be fighting a lot of the things I'm doing right now, and I am being overtly cautious. I'm just trying to hit level 5 before having to deal with the Goblin Camp, because I want to be as powerful as possible dealing with the newly buffed Jorah Agzlin. I can guarantee you don't have to play honor mode like this much of a rat if you want to, even in solo. You can be more straight up, and I have in previous runs.
This calls for careful footwork.
And yeah, a big help is not doing solo.
Always room for more.
Crooked Wand of Fireball is still the funniest item in this area. Metamagic Distance Spell makes it 9 meters. That's actually pretty useful. Is that one-time use? We were talking about this earlier, Mustard Plant. I've never used it, but is it one-time use? Or is it short rest cooldown like it says it is? One-time use? Damn. I still think it's pretty funny on classes that get evasion. As long as you roll well, you just get it for free. Or Evocation Wizard. Finally killed Withers. Did you, you flesh to stone? I'll do a normal honor mode first and see how much fun it is for me. If I don't like it, I'll stay on Tactician. Totally understandable. I kind of wish you could implement the honor mode difficulty increases on a custom game without mods. Because I would really like that. And like having completed honor mode already, I don't really need all of my runs to be 1 life anymore. Like, I got the rewards. I want to experiment. Stabbed him at the party, he dies, the cutscene plays out. Really? I didn't know that was possible. I love that. Experiments are cool. Yeah, learning how fights work. And, like, exactly how you can mess with certain things. Like, something I want to really mess around with a bunch is Honor Cazador. I want to see exactly how you can break his action and his AI on different classes. But, like, that requires getting an Honor run to Act 3 and then risking it against Cazador. Like, same routine over and over, it gets boring as someone who's done that. Yeah. I want you to do a no magic items run. It's super doable. Like, again, especially on Monk. In terms of the items I have on here, there's some that are impactful, but like, I'm spending a lot of the time without weapons equipped at all. I could do non-magic hand crossbows. And then, like, minor impact. There's even still, like, non-magical gear that can give you some benefits here. Fearless Monk would be one of the better choices. Daylight Sphere in the center breaks a lot. If Kaz on my first run, is Kaz considered one of the hardest bosses? Yes. He does a shitload of damage. He has one of the highest initiative stats in the game. And there is a hard turn limit before he gets even harder if you allow the cutscene to play out before the combat. Also, there's an enemy in the arena that exists only to perma-sleep you. It doesn't do anything else. It just tries to perma-sleep you. Over and over again. And he distracts you with boobies. Yes, that's also true.
Don't waste a step.
I could take out the animated armors, and that would get me enough XP here. I can murder hobo a couple of tieflings, that would get me enough XP. Finally fix it so elves can't be slept. Minor elf W. Kazura's legendary action caught me off guard. I ran away. Next time he was ascended, plus 100 HP every turn. Can't deal with it. My 0 DPS build. Yeah. It's... Cazador is a threat. No way around it. The fact that Daylight memes him is pretty funny, but a lot of classes just don't get access to Daylight. And even with Daylight, that technically doesn't stop his damage from going out if you don't do enough damage quickly.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Time to press ahead. No choice but to keep going.
Not found a working way to prevent plus 100 every turn. Does it go around, like, Ilmater and Bone Chill? A stupid question, but not something I've had to deal with yet either, so I'm learning as I think out loud. Moonrise Towers fight also pretty hard, and you don't know you can talk to Jaheira before, and the controller had to start over so many times because she died. That's one of the reasons, Anna. I actually kill everyone in Moonrise myself before going to the Night Song, because there's no fight if everyone's already dead. Like, the corpses of the Harpers leading up to that, you can save them ahead of time. One of them dies for each Moonrise Guard that you don't kill ahead of time. But, like, for each one you kill, there's one fewer dead Harper. I just like killing them all ahead of time. You can kill Zarella in her office ahead of time. You can pick off all the guards individually. Saves so much time. And gets you XP early. Ignores Bone Chill, ignores all kinds of incapacitation, ignores Blood of Lathander proximity. Yeah, how do you deal with that? What resists does Ascended Cazador have? Kill everyone and everyone on the roof. Ketheric is in a lonely tower. I kill everyone except for Araj. All physical. So I guess it's just another case of, hey, have you heard of 6th level Luck of the Far Realms Wet Witch Bolt? Like with every enemy. Like, hey. Hi. Witch Bolt. A barrel mints that Moonrise fight, just keep Jaheira alive. Maybe I'll do that instead. Yeah, there's no fight if you've already killed everyone. Or you don't need to commit to killing everyone. You can just massively swing the odds for everyone you have managed to kill. Even just picking off Zarella in her office makes a huge difference. Falling damage doesn't work, I think, because last time I was so annoyed Cazador pushed him over, he just flew back. Yeah, you used to be able to just insta-cliff Cazador, and Larian didn't want people continuing to do that. I think they've buffed Cazador every patch since patch 3. Cazador and Raphael have both gotten so many buffs. Kill everyone and take the prison encounter, you can level 10 in the colony. I usually try to get level 10 before the colony. Telekinesis to death from the stairs. So maybe his immunity only kicks in the combat. Good to know. Also had 3 bugs in 3 turns of that fight. Got blighted through the door, and my Sunbeam Scroll did nothing. Like, I didn't even start concentrating. Got momentum out of nowhere, though. Not even ashamed of skipping that one. Yeah, that's... Oof. Yeah. Really want to kill every boss in my Jack of all trades. You'll get it. You just gotta figure out the strat. I do think Witch Bolt might be your answer there, because you can pick up Witch Bolt from your sorcerer level, right? Or just get it from a scroll from your wizard level. And I guess you won't have 6th level spellcasting. What do you get up to? Jack of all trades, 5th? Or is it 4th? Level 3? Ooh, yeah, that's a little... Yeah, I think it's probably still some of the most damage you could do. Stop bullying our NPCs, stops as we buff them more. What's the Witch Bolt strat? Wet or Lightning Vuln. And you force crit it with Luck of the Far Realms. If you were Tempest Cleric, you would also Destructive Wrath to force max roll. But Jack of all trades not relevant. But it's notable because it's ranged attack roll that benefits from Wet. You can do it with Chromatic Orb as well if you want to do that. Ray of Frost isn't upcastable, but maybe with gear cantrip support you can get it to be comparable. Yeah, you Destructive Wrath level 2, you're not getting in Jack of all trades. Polywork from Cazador, thank you for testing.
Don't want to draw any attention. Think you could take me on?
While hiding.
You sort of...
That animation was great. I never succeed athletics on this guy. He's a Chad. Wet Haste, 6 Chain Lightning Scrolls. Oh yeah, that'll always get it. Yeah. The roof in there is stupid high. I wonder if make a 60-meter box stack and throw him to the top one. And that would break them all. Maybe.
And away I go.
Throw it the side so he falls. Oh, yeah. Valid target.
Might be useful.
Is immune, Chasm immune. Like, I remember pre-patch 1 days, everyone was like, ooh, it's Cazador, and then just, hey, what if Repelling Blast? Who would win, the Vampire Ascendant or a level 2 Warlock? And the answer was a level 2 Warlock. So I imagine they've made him pretty consistently Chasm immune. Do I have to deal with Anders? I think as it stands right now, I have to commit to something XP heavy. I could test something here, actually. If I recruit Will, then I go recruit... If I recruit Will, then I talk to Anders, then I recruit Karlach, and I bring Karlach to Boal. Sorry, Karlach. That's... That sounds pretty good to me. where you go against Zack and Karlach. I don't even have anything funny to say. I always feel bad about this. Now, most runs, I force myself to wait and sack Lae'zel. But, like, I'm scared of Anders. Why is every streamer so mean to my girl? She's my favorite. I play as her the most. I love Karlach. She's great.
I should speak up.
Hells. I know I haven't said. What? All the more reason
Wait,
to fight.
if you do Joaquin's Rest before recruiting Will,
Absolute has
he
seized
just
not-
he just breaks.
I wanted you to know the. I'm all for it.
So wait. He hasn't told me he's chasing Karlach yet.
I can't bear to imagine the lives Karlach, a powerful friend with a. Oh, what else is on your mind?
So I don't think I'll get the quest.
That.
Yeah, I don't have the quest. Huh. But technically, Will doesn't have a mission to kill Karlach.
Can't keep the goblins out forever. This is no
Hmm.
The goblins still infest the roads.
Go to camp. Well, we'll see what happens. I need to stop going to Joaquin's Rest before recruiting Will. In my defense, I just completely forgot. But...
Nothing we need to worry about.
That's easy. Who's there? Please. We were lucky to survive our encounter. It's all I have. But it's yours.
Also, I can get Anders to give me his sword, and then I can just kill him. I don't really have key points. We'll make it work.
Key. I wonder what it opens.
One horn. This is the devil Will and the pa-
Oh, fuck me.
Can I?
It's you from the.
Sorry. Buff. Muscles. Sorry.
I'm Karlach.
I'm the Grove.
The latest yappy little dog she sicked on me are nearby. A group of dopes. After we've mopped them up, we can. Those paladins I need to stop are that away. Hey, we're still going after the.
Yeah. We're going after them. Disarm him, temp hostile, and steal the sword. He's too stupid to use the backup and can't smite with fists. I have no way of disarming him on this character. Oh no, we're getting some texture bugs here. The Karlachizations will continue until damage output improves. Dekarlachization. Oh no, there's scientific terms for it now.
Who the hell wrote this out?
So close to stumbling upon Karlach. Oh, did I just show you where Karlach is? Legit standing 150 meters from each other. You can have them in your camp at the same time, and depending on the campsite layout, they won't know each other's in the camp. It's quite funny.
Oh, you don't.
You! Well placed. What you got?
Don't look at me. I just...
It's simple.
God damn it, soldier! I...
Ow. That still hit me for 6 damage? Okay, calm down.
Faint, acrid smell clings to the cool head.
What is this death pose? No, stop that. I don't like this. How are you? You animal. Listen. I deserve that. Why do you keep your pants? Because they look good. I want to wear them. Ooh, Stunning Strike. Forgot we get Stunning Strike this level. Cloak of Shadows. Have a cooldown? Oh, it wears off if you enter light. Yeah, that's annoying. Played Power World yet or plan to? I have not, and I don't really plan to, but it's not like an actively avoiding thing. It's just I got other games I'm playing. We're idiots and do things solo wiki somewhere. I don't think so. I think it's all word of mouth. Those of us who do these runs. My favorite throwable. I still want to do a run where I beat the brain by throwing that particular throwable. I think that would be funny. Is that ahead? No. I don't know what you're referring to.
Well.
That's a friendly-looking shadow. Best get in and out.
Yeah, let me do this.
Sort of.
No surprise. Actually, yes. I'm out of key points. Like what they did for Evil Dirge now, if you accept Slayer in Act 3. That was just a few patches ago. I still haven't explored most of the epilogue stuff.
I wonder if this is worth the cost. A beautiful death.
If Jaheira and Mince with you in front of you, Tarpers and fight the boss against them. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, you can make Mince kill Jaheira if you pass a pretty hard check. Five mods, you can use spell that launches items and upscale that and to a Karlach head only run.
Never a dull moment.
When you can say the phrase Karlach head and people can be talking about entirely different things that can happen in the game.
At the ready. That should work.
I over-prepared a little bit, but... I feel bad about this. She's such a good character. Like, jokes aside and everything, and objectification for haha funnies. Karlach's such a well-written, well-acted character who just does not deserve what just happened.
Open up.
Damn, Soul Coin's so annoying. You can sometimes grab it through the roof. Sometimes not.
Something good here, I hope.
She is the best character IMO. Might be in minority of that opinion. She's very popular. I think by Larian's analytics, Shadowheart is the most popular character, followed by Karlach. Spawn her head and keep her alive. You used to be able to pickpocket her head. I don't think you can still do that anymore. Gale was. Gale was most popular in early access, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that stench. Body must have been here a good while.
I got less popular because of Super Horny Gale and launch. Yeah. Most popular is in most played, or most popular is in played with. I believe it was played with. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. Origin runs are not very popular, like, by the numbers. I think they're cool, though. Failing all the perception checks. Like, literally all of them. Really like all the companions, to be honest. I think they're all very good and complex written characters. I think that Baldur's Gate 3's cast of companions is some of the best written characters and most enjoyable to interact with that I've ever seen in gaming. And then there's also Halsin there. how I feel about it.
There's a pressure plate in the chair, but I'm missing something.
Super Horny Gale's woman is legit like the guys at the gym who'll just not fuck off. You can't give him a fake number because he works there. Oh, that sounds so stressful. Yeah, yeah. Ugh. It did send that auto mod. Yeah, no, I allowed it immediately. Sorry, yeah. Double post was auto mod held it, and then I allowed it, and you were still typing. Sorry about it. Yeah, they've done a lot of toning down of how forward a lot of the companions are, but sometimes it still happens. Like, 2 playthroughs in a row now, I've just had Lae'zel wake me up and be like, alright, duel me to prove you're worthy of me being in love with you. And I'm like, you're what now? Hmm? Oh no. Oh, frick. I forgot where I was. Oh, heck. Guess I don't need this many javelins. But, like, what if I need them? Oh, I'm having a connection issue right now. So good. I appear to be dropping frames. In one play session, I had to turn out Lae'zel, Astarion, Karlach, and Gale. It was horrible. Ugh. Like, I feel so bad about turning down Gale because it's like legit saying I don't care ratio goodbye when he's like looking for companionship when he's considering unaliving himself. Like, I feel real bad about that. And then Will is just being nice and he's trying to dance with you. But you need to like be forceful for him to get the message. It's some of the rejections are oof. Karlach takes it pretty well though. If you get the dialogue where Karlach is waking you up to like shoot her shot, she can be like, I didn't think you were into me, but like I had to try. Have a good night. No one else really takes it very well. Yeah, alright, vendor trash. Since we're level 5 now, it's probably time to start thinking about how to deal with Minthara. Common Karlach W. Real. Such a good character.
Not. Species receives from other minds.
Welcome back. Have you made any new... I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Ice Storm scroll? That could be funny against Raglan. What a crazy scroll to have. Blurg, did I give you a backpack? You have one now, brother. Halsin's the most relaxed when you turn him down. He's the most shocked that you're not into him, though. Because, like, he'll profess his undying love for me every single playthrough, and he'll be like, but I thought we had a connection. I'm like, brother, we have spoken 2 times in our entire lives. 2 times. One of them was you disappointing the shit out of me when I was told you could get the tadpole out of my head, and I just told you, whatever, you're useless, I'm gonna go kill the goblins now. And the other time was me clearing the shadow curse. But, like, suddenly we're, you know, us against the world. I don't know, man. I don't know. Classic high school behavior. Yeah, we can sell Blurg all of this stuff. Video reply could be useful for some rat strats. That stays. That too, and that. Rest will use most of it more than doing wall and gold. Over 2,000 gold right now.
Have you spoken with Skris lately?
Yo, Arabella meets the Oak Father. Oh, is that what that is? That makes sense. Personally, wouldn't romance any of the companions except maybe Shar. Shar isn't a companion though. What do you mean? No, no. Shar is literally like every red flag given form. No, stop it. Bonk. Bonk. No.
What?
Intervention.
Lingering now I've got the noble stock.
What can I say? I have a weakness for big, strong commenter, also poly. I will say, Halsin, he's great to look at. I'm sure that leads to other things that are great with Halsin, and I think that is by far the most valid reason to like Halsin. He is there for that. Cool, awesome. Personally, he doesn't do much for me, and I hate his personality, but I do get it. I do get it. She's the lady in laws and I keep getting L's in my solo runs. It's no excuse. You deserve better. Chin up. No Shar for you. I would never sentence any of the homies to Shar. He sucks. Critical horny jail. Just underneath horny jail. Just give critical information to my claim. It was funny though. Personally love to romance Orin. There are so many people who want to romance Orin. You can't fix her. Is that the appeal? Shit, that might be the appeal. I might have missed the point. Yes, for many. Alright, how about this? How about this? Her armor is someone's inside-out flesh. She probably smells terrible. Does that make it better or worse? So, based. You know what you like, and I respect it. I won't judge. You'll get used to it. Ah, I see. I see. Alright, so the next thing we have to figure out is, Minthara and Droraglin strats. Optimal XP would be doing the Grove defense, so like torturing the guy, telling Minthara where the Grove is, non-lethaling her there, then going and killing Jorah Ragzlin in that same rest. But that invites a lot of variables. One, the spiders in the defense can absolutely one-shot me if they crit me. Two, I would have to, like, go down there to non-lethal Minthara, and that's still scary. Like, if I featherfalled myself ahead of time and did Step of the Wind, I could probably, with the jump potion, I could probably just jump in, Flurry of Blows, jump out. Guys, the Drow talks to spiders, tell him to kill the goblins. Won't Jorah Ragzlin just, like, hey, no. Live with cats, you know, it's like to get used to a smell. Leg, one of my cats puked on my bed behind me during stream today. That's a problem for later me that I still gotta address. You're more right than you know. Go to Goblin Kit for now. And also on your floor, and also on my floor. That's more common though. I'm desensitized to that. Shout out about Karlach. I like her. It looks like she could carry over her shoulder to safety should the need arise. Firstly, true. Secondly, yeah, you need it, Shard. You keep dying. Goblins really just piss everywhere. Let's check this guy's inventory. Guess I could do the poisoning out here. More likely to fix Gortash than Orin. Wow.
I got stuff if you got coin.
Does the Dryad just not have a will to live? Pretty much. Pretty much. Alright, load in the rest of your shit. Thank you. Gloves of Archery are really good, and my bow shots are gonna suck. Like, the whole time. This would give me longbow proficiency for some things as well. Because that's expensive. Did I already sell the owlbear egg to someone? I think I might have. I was supposed to keep an eye on that. But I didn't. I can sell soul coins. Yeah, okay. Well, that too. Let's do count for throwing? No. No.
Get moving.
Just a flat 2 on specifically O's. It'll match the type, so it's 2 force on Nair Misser, which is pretty nice. I have no key points. Rest. Triggered a trap and almost wiped my whole party. I've had the Dryad walk into her own spike growth after combat ends. Very, very often. Guy's gonna die now.
We want you dead, you dumb knuckle. Not dead and heroic.
This guy. Fast movement. Extra attack. Danger sense. Martial advantage. Extra 2d6 once per turn. As long as an ally is nearby. And he can rage. The only thing with Dror Ragzlin is he does have shit initiative. That's pretty relevant. Then, of course, once per round, when an enemy targets their ally with an ability, Dror Ragzlin can use a legendary action to galvanize absolutists within 5 meters, granting them action surge. My current run, 2 of my party members executed themselves after a fight on a cloud of daggers. They immediately ran towards my main character. Sounds right. Anyone knows what's Karlach's like default weapon proficiencies? Everything. Barbarians get everything. Barbarians, rangers, fighters, paladins get proficiency with all weapons. Electrified the floor, and Raphael once had to fight Yrgir and Hope. Host insta-banish Yrgir, so goodbye, best endgame, dude. Yrgir kind of underwhelmed me as endgame summon. Have you used Mizora, Mustard? Mizora's crazy as an endgame summon. Like, I was floored by what she could do. I just, on a whim, I was like, oh, well, let me see. Crazy. Hey, Thermal, long time no see. Hope you're doing well as well. Kindest goblin in the games after helping Minthara kill the Grove. Is that the vendor who just hangs out? The guy scavenging the place? Want to start Act 2? No. If you raid the Grove, then where the goblin camp, like in the goblin camp area, there will be a goblin who just stayed behind to sort of pick through what's left over, and he acts as a vendor.
The village to the east. It's abandoned.
He's got 16 AC, man.
Loads of hunters, and a few pariahs to carry the powder kegs.
These pariahs, they're prepared to fight for the Absolute.
What they do ain't exactly fighting. All they gotta do is light up their powder and burn.
You need
Then
for
they're
subs.
prepared to die for the Absolute.
So Corlin's Grace. Flurry of Blows while invisible. By Luck of the Far Realms, the first one. It's not an option, though. If I get Minthara wet ahead of time, that'll double the damage I get from lightning charges. Shield Blow works? Yes. The torture thing. Yeah, I don't want more things to be in the room. Like, I want to wait for the Eye and Zerga to not be here.
Prisoners lost a lot of blood, your ladyship. Still ain't talking. Tell them to stop cutting him. We need him alive. Break his bones instead.
a darkness and then push the scrying eye from inside of darkness. It'd be easier to do with a darkness arrow. Yeah, if I use a darkness arrow and I pass without trace and I push it.
Prisoner can keep his tongue. Its spikes I'll be removing.
I like that better. Wolf just explained to his chat why singles are horrible format and should be a thing for attorneys.
I'm so glad I found... Wait, it's Alfira.
Don't look.
From the Grove. I want to join you. Unless I hide...
Don't look. Everything is fine.
More for me.
Did it just use the thing I didn't want it to use? Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
You recall nothing.
Everything's
the
fine.
question flows through your mask. You may only have a few moments before the others awaken and begin to cast blame for the hot sin before you.
Fine. Everything's fine. Oh look, Uber Eats arrived.
You wonder if you're...
By the gods. I'm going to say something I'm confident we're all thinking.
The worm in your head has never... And as the Inquisition departs, you are left alone.
Nothing happened. Yeah, no, we're all good. Alfira stopped by. She just spilled some ketchup. Yeah, we're good. Everything's okay. Accidents happen. Yeah. They just cast Fog Cloud on the bridge and started shoving goblins down the chasm out of sight of Minthara. Also threw the eye into the chasm. I like throwing the eye into the chasm as well. I'm not sure how patch 6 affected the AI around that.
A good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
I do want Cloud of Daggers. Greater Invis, huh? So, like, theoretically, I could get a summon. No. I can't concentrate. If I went open hand, I could Flurry of Blows topple things in Greater Invis, and as long as I pass the checks, be pretty free. Put that in there. I'll think about it later. Light goes in there too. I have a lot of vendor trash I should sell off.
Very well.
Still dies did it earlier. Yeah, I know it'll die. I just don't know if people will know.
Perhaps Amelia is right. I should get a mask.
Why is it I always leave and Quag kills Karlach? Who? No. You mean that that fire lady person? Yeah, we just like spoke briefly. But she went off to the farm. Alfira was playing some music for her too, so all good. Oh, and because Will's buggy, his quest never happened.
No point in lingering now. I've got the noble stock.
Oh, I missed out on an item. Well, we're basically even. Water bombs.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
Go to a farm upstate. What over here? Have to Will in one fell swoop since he's bugged. Yeah. If you go to Joaquin's Rest without having recruited him, then you just never get the mission that gets you the Infernal Robe. It's quite annoying.
Never quiet.
You're Minthara. She casually tells you the Emperor being Elizabeth. So like how getting the Silver Sword in Act 1 would have Lae'zel start talking about Orpheus. Ooh, Shrieking makes sense too. Like if I put a speed pot down ahead of time, I go for the surprise round with a punch after Shrieking. I could then Flurry of Blows, Shriek active. That seems juicy. Thing is, Minthara has Hold Person and she's a paladin. If I'm sitting there in melee range on her turn and she can act, I'm just gonna die. Aelin, Karlach, Daemon, all NPCs that just can't catch a break. Yeah. Easy on Sorcerer, she went to cast Hold Person, I just counterspelled. Yeah, that'll do it. Checking Aaron's inventory real quick. I'm procrastinating. I also did specifically want darkness arrows.
Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember, you're not the only one in need.
Wait for his inventory to load in. There it is. Fire shield. That's expensive, but like, if Minthara were to crit smite me, she might just die if I have this on. But then again, so would I, so I shouldn't really plan for that. Nothing I super care about here. You could Shad Aaron. Oof. He's a demon. I'm gonna turn into a drow here. Just in case.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Oh, wait, so sneaking breaks that?
Time to skulk about. Meant to be cautious.
Those scuffs. I should really just let me stop being stupid. Oh, hey, that doesn't break Invis. Weird. Hey, Bo, how are you? None of the rafters above where you get branded or a place where you can beat Raphael. Huh.
How much further can I go?
Arrow of Darkness for the win. So good. Yeah, Arrows of Darkness not breaking Invis is kind of crazy, actually. Like, is that all forms of Invis? Does that still work if you shoot it at an enemy? Like... I have questions. In the chest up there, Raphael showed up and told me to come. Seriously, drink every time an NPC just orders you to come.
Here goes nothing.
By all accounts, it feels like it should break Invis. Arrow of Darkness is just too good. Yeah, that's a big deal.
Very well.
You recognize the crest she bears, the winged serpent of the Zentarim.
Pleasure.
Okay. Loaded pause followed by pleasure. Oh, these are available already. Oh. That's not worth the money. I mean, it totally is. I paid $4.20 for this. Amazing.
Pleasure.
Early Wall of Fire. I'm so tempted, but it's so expensive. And like, I don't know if it's necessary.
But scouts said they heard something moving around out there. Something big.
It's not our concern. Our prey is elsewhere.
Okay, idea.
Let's get this over with.
Just need... Apparently you can't improvise melee weapon into darkness clouds. The lesson here, but... Oh, no, I gotta see.
Out of sight, out of mind.
No need to be risky here. Zara's looking this way now. Why does that trigger my extra attack? That's weird.
Softer than a whisper.
Those over there. Okay.
Does this count as adventuring?
Engage. I need an angle where I can, like...
May the gods take you first.
Okay, that was scary, but... You're getting addicted to WoW again? As long as you're having a good time. That's what matters. I need water, my voice is going. It's a very roundabout way of dealing with the scrying eye, but, you know, we'll take it. Waiting an appropriate amount of time for Minthara to maybe not be mad. They shouldn't have seen it, though, because darkness. Yeah, I did accidentally guide him to rest that I didn't want. You just improvise melee weapon, carry the eye to guts room, and throw it there. I could.
Fuck off. Sorry to bother you, mistress. Got a message from the guards.
Yes?
We got visitors. Don't know who they are. Mercenaries, maybe?
Getting him into the void also makes sense.
One day I'll catch a break. Just up. Death won't take me yet.
I'm just gonna stare at you now, it seems. Yeah, yeah. Okay, the minor illusion seems to have broken their pathing AI. These are normally NPCs that'll walk back into their positions, but these two aren't doing that right now.
That should work. Best be on my way.
I don't need any attention right now.
I failed the athletics check. Just get out of here. Down a darkness era, but they're not mad at me yet. I'm basically trying to...
Clementine!
Yes, I'm trying to Clementine. I'm trying to create a situation where, it's only me and Minthara in the room, so then I can decide whether I'm gonna non-lethal her or not. I can't go through the front door of the Goblin Camp anymore because I poisoned the booze out there, so one of them will just run up to me, and I can pass a check. It's fine. Like, it's intimidation and it's easier as a drow, but I don't have to roll that check if I don't want to. Orin used Zevlor to paint the painting. Huh? There are a lot of people wants to be in a room alone with Minthara. No comment. Definitely getting back to a healthy amount of channel points again after stuffing the box for this monk run. Yeah, I hope you feel like you got your points worth so far. People like Dami Mami. I think Minthara is a cool character and exceptionally well acted. Like, even in this game where there's a lot of great performances, that's a really, really good one. You can use the mark to auto succeed that blue streak. That's useful. I kind of wish I had let these three get in
What would some
the
drow
prison.
wizard in Moonrise want to look at?
Certainly you won't be because he abused.
Because, like, there's a drum here.
What do they need to be looking at any of us for, is what I'm
And enemies
saying?
right next to a drum that have decent initiative.
They're drow. They're stuck up.
Blurg out here selling me lightning bolt and light scrolls. Blurg the homie.
Be happy they didn't
He's a
throw
real
you
one.
to the spiders yet.
Okay, they sort of moved back into positions. Is this worth using,
hunters and a few pariahs to carry the powder kegs.
Pariahs. They're prepared to fight for the absolute.
All the car stuff many times accidentally here. It's also I last checked in. Not any thus far. Copium Powers putting in work. That was 2 key points for that. It hurts. The key point costs, man. It's so much.
That's a friendly-looking shadow. I don't need any attention right now.
Dreaming.
Now I just need this guy to not be this guy. Can't behave and leave us in peace. It's fine, Minthara. You're fine. Fighting? Oh, the ones on the other side are. I don't like that. You came over too.
Spears are
Well.
sharp. The lads are all riled up and ready.
You have already failed me once. And now you
Yeah,
dare
go back.
question me.
I didn't mean nothing by it, your ladyship. Honest, I didn't.
Your life, much like your words, is meaningless. End the latter to save the former.
Raiders are just waiting for the word, mistress. We're ready for anything.
And the prisoner.
We're still working on him. Prisoners lost a lot of blood, your ladyship. Still ain't talking.
Tell them to stop cutting him.
We need him alive.
Break his bones instead. Start with the fingers.
Just out of view.
How am I failing the athletics checks against this guy? He's got fucking 12 strength. It says DC 0. Can he just not be... What is happening here? Too weak. Apparently.
Can't risk being in open view.
I'm losing loot for each of these that I'm cliffing, but outside of Zerga patrolling, I've now created a situation where I can safely get a surprise round on Minthara. I probably still kill her because I want the tadpole. I'm a little less confident in my overall level of player power. And I'd like to have that extra tadpole for Call the Weak range. On Undor Ragzlin. And it would let me grab favorable beginnings. It'd be pretty good. Or even Psionic Backlash. Down to 2 key points already. Fucking Copium Monk.
Better than nothing.
Better be cautious. Have I been this way before?
Do that again. Won't do what again, Minthara?
I'll give it a shot.
She's just gonna look at me now. I think I want to wait for Zerga to patrol and then, like, leave. The games that don't pause combat when you pause the game. Pause should just do that. Or there should be some kind of pause. Like, I get it if you don't want your inventory menu to do that, but there should be a, hey, completely pause the game button. Just as an accessibility, quality of life thing. A lot of people who play games have maybe health issues or maybe kids to take care of and they can't just never pause their game. My hot take on it. Or maybe you just gotta poop. Doesn't have to be a big reason. You should just be able to pause. Yeah, she's just gonna look at me. But we're waiting for Zerga. Hanging out now? Yeah, she's got no one to talk to, so she's just staring at me. Understandable, considering I'm the weirdo who's just been appearing and disappearing from existence.
Sorry to bother you, mistress. Got a message from the guards.
Yes?
We got visitors. Don't know who they are. Mercenaries, maybe?
Interesting. I wasn't expecting guests.
Halsin's scars come from a horny bear while Halsin was wild shape. Mm-hmm.
Softer than a whisper.
Going back.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Stop looking at me.
This
You saw.
No surprise. Our surprise round's cursed. So I got a few options here. I prefer option 1. Hit me. I needed both of those to hit me. Just keeps missing the grove. Ooh, okay, we got that. That's big. debating if I unequip the punch normally. Oh shit, Zerka's here. Okay, Zerka's dead.
Another parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
A lot of key points invested there, but
Might be useful.
now, is the bridge actually still there or not? It looks like it is. But like it shouldn't be, right? We all agree it shouldn't be. Spider Silk Armor has a new icon as well. They gave so many things new icons. So I'm not proficient with Minthara's boots, but we likely still use them throughout the run. Prone immunity is good. As much as I want Backlash, I think it makes the most sense to get Favorable Beginnings. Because my next rest, I'm gonna get Deathstalker's Mantle. So ensuring I can do hit and run strats will work. Now it kind of no longer matters if they all go perma-hostile.
Can't we just swarm the forest? Drow wants to know
But-
exactly where those adventurers came from. What are they doing? Hiding in trees? We'll poke 'em out, no problem.
Softer than a whisper. Don't mind if I do. On my way.
I tell you, the scrying eye was looking at me all strange. Right. What would some drow wizard in Moonrise want to look at you for?
Certainly you won't be because of your beautiful eyes.
What do they need to be looking at any of us for, is what I'm saying? We're all on the same side. Although we're gonna set the...
You attacked someone.
Surprise. Okay. That's fine. Decided I didn't want the risk. When in doubt, bomb. Crap, for one more XP. They're the ones who show up, you allow the children to escape Wolfering House. Yeah, yeah.
Another step forward.
This calls for careful footwork.
got a long road ahead. What path lies before me?
Better be cautious. Let's see what you're hiding.
I have such a headache.
That's a friendly-looking shadow. Right on my feet.
That took the edge off.
No traps, please.
Way of the Rat. Not having armor proficiencies. Like with Way of the Copium being able to use 2 key points to give dark vision until long rest. Like maybe Gith Copium Monk is some sauce.
Can't slow down.
Please. I want to watch that weird priest next door. Sounded like he was beating something.
Does the Drow dialogue override the Dirge dialogue? I think it does.
What? The prisoner? Please.
It does.
The place was supposed
That's
to
the
be
kind of thing I
abandoned
expected the patch to fix, but
when we arrived. Thank you.
Free for the taking.
even as an actual Drow
Should
Dirge,
be
though.
able to make it to
Weird.
the grove on my own. The grove, bro.
At the ready.
Just don't want to watch a Drow torture. Oh well, no Dirge inspiration there, but just slightly XP negative. Because you can do the Dirge thing to torture him, and then you could just free him anyway. But I guess it requires you specifically not being a Drow. And then, yeah. Good info, good info. I could start thinning out this area too, but I don't really need to. There's the 3 in the corner, the northwest corner. I could probably take them out. There's 2 in here though. If I put darkness in the doorway, I could take rest out. These 3. There's a 4th one. It's a few too many. I don't have to deal with that right now. Okay, Dror Agzlin. I'm gonna want to rest first. Question is, do I go Bloodlust or Vigilance there? What's the initiative of everyone else in the room? Well, 0, 0, 0, 2, 1, 1, 1. Then Dror himself is 1. So to guarantee going first, I don't need this much. If I get the bow from Row Moonglow, that's 1. And with my dex, it's total plus 4. That means I'll always beat the ones that are at 0. But the 2 Warlocks, the Archer, and Dror will have a small chance of beating me. I could always start with Vigilance and then use my bonus action during one of the subsequent turns to drink Bloodlust. Hmm. We'll figure it out. You unpetrify a drow now far enough away to get the surprise state, but not when you join combat. That whole thing is wonky, and I might just spectator. I don't know. We'll see how thirsty I am for XP later.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Oh yeah, I never talked to Will about.
Your minds are.
Carla.
Who?
Why should this time be any different? Well then, hail to our champion. And
where's Astari? I recruited Astarion, right? Oh yeah. Walked right past him.
A vampire?
Yes, obviously.
Oh. Careful, I bite. Let's be quick.
So we're gonna have Astarion respec. We're level 5, the Alchemist stat spread is 3 Bard, 2 Wizard.
I shall be here as the...
No, class spread, rather. Listen. Okay. Enhance ability. Religion, not religion, medicine perception. And then I guess we get proficiency in those. And we go wizard, spells don't matter. Grab that. Transmutation school.
Keep your distance, darling.
Now.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Keep a blade close.
Can't give up now. Still breathing, despite everything.
Well, hello.
Feed pots. He succeeded at all of them. Love to see that. There's a little lag there, but cool. How many warg fangs? I failed the Colossus. That's unfortunate. Still, I can't complain that that went pretty well other than that. 20 speed pots. Hell yeah.
Intestines throb, blood whispers.
Sure, buddy.
But the look of guilt on your face was priceless. I don't care, really. It's...
Moving in.
Volcano Spider first try, GG, let's go. It's a fun fight. Okay, so we have Roragzlin and the rest of the goblin camp to clear out. I'm hungry, but it would be so unsatisfying to not do. We're gonna rest. Should be this. Oh, this still works. Cool.
Help.
You haven't introduced me to your friend.
Where are your manners?
Call me. Now, what in the nine hell is going on? I think something's missing. The game's as down bad for Mizora as I am. Oh, okay. Just telling Mizora to call me.
Will, you absolute stinker. More to the point, you obey.
I will take Infernal Robe, though. That's massive. That's +1 AC, it's Fire Shield. Fire Resist I already have, but like, cool. Call me maybe. You guys ever seen the music video for that song? It kind of recontextualizes it to be super fucking creepy. At least steal my money back from Withers.
I don't need any attention right now. Not up for trading today, I'm afraid. What to take?
On my way.
Scratch walking around somewhere? I do still need the ability to summon Scratch. Who wants to...
What's up for discussion?
Getting Infernal Robes.
Karlach
Pretty big
showed
deal.
us the truth, and I refused my... But, oh, so I thought. Until it was...
I feel so bad for him. Poor Carl. Okay, this is
wonder
that's
what she looked like as you jolt awake when the...
I followed you, my dear rotted master. I found you. I cannot wait until... Be true.
So I got both items you get for being a piece of shit in the same rest. Isn't that great? Thematic. The drip, though. The drip, though. We even look good. I got stuff to sell. I suppose, as an oh shit button, I do have the ogres for Roragzlin. do we feel about the chances of the ogres versus a drawer? Like, I feel like they would die, but they would give me enough time to, like, do my rat thing. Clean up some vendor trash first. No pick up and add to wares button for this chest anymore. Another L from the patch. I want to fucking put those in my inventory. That's scratch because I'm pissed off. Let me have stuff. Do part of it for now, then. Come on, you can do it. Just a little bit. Thank you.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private
Lightning
collection
bolt scroll.
is to your liking.
Ooh, conjure a minor elemental scroll. Okay. This is where I sold the owlbear. Check Darrett's inventory, and then it's time for figuring out the exact strat for Ragzlin. I'd kind of wanted Scratch Familiar for this, but Bernard is 75 XP now, accidentally continued to a fight and pushed him off the chasm's first floor. Is he XP after you talk with him?
What? No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Does fighting him being XP positive makes sense, but can you double dip that on the safer route? You know, to talk again for the ring and fought? After getting the ring or instead of getting the ring? Wanted biz pots. Instead of, not sure if it double dips. Something worth testing in future. Thank you for checking his XP total, though. It was a calculated move. You did it on purpose. Lanterns in the front just got ruined. Died him once unprepared, second time. Round snuck a star in through the roof. Rest was in the front door.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Could use the mark here. Is there anything else I would use the mark for on this rest? No.
Your blood run.
Now the vendor doesn't work, but we thinned out this pack quite a bit. I could start filling out here and work my way in. No, it's better to just do the other way. If due to the poison, does that make the kids move? It does. Okay, so the goblin kids are gone. Never lowered your HP by fighting Crusher. But since you're here, I just wait for him to go to the edge again. And push him off. That's on the edge, man.
Oh, puke stink.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Very well.
Oh, come on now. They're just having a bit of fun. We got 'em now, eh?
Wonder if a 2 Warlock dip of some kind to get Devil Sight would make sense here. Maximum Darkness cheese. Warlock for this is gonna be funny.
Just have a few.
Devil Sight, Repelling Blast, Hiding in Cloud, yeah.
Honor your servants. Toast! Toast!
So we go Spell Sparkler here. Cloud of Daggers. Kinda goes crazy.
Can't risk being in open view.
Since you
No surprise? Okay, cool. I vacuum you all into the Cloud of Daggers, perhaps. I see. The correct.
All right.
Kinda didn't want him to move from that, but... Of good movement.
That's a friendly-looking shadow.
Don't waste a step.
He'll take some damage, but not enough. They will most likely hit the drum, but I think I'm okay still. Where are you going? Up here. Don't see me. Don't fucking see me. Come on. How? How? Alright, there's the drum. He's like not quite in the daggers. Alright, so everyone's perma-hostile now. That's more in here. Leadership aura. Additional force damage. I broke my concentration. Where did you summon that? Okay. That's fine. We're still in a position where bomb is a good play. Throw a bomb down there. That's gonna be a problem.
No hesitation.
Yeah, not too bad. Same strats still work. I have enough turns to mop this up. I think I do. Or these. Oh, hey, there's Killing Spree.
Can't risk being in open view.
Yeah, haste, bloodlust, extra attack, throwing. Now we have to hope they don't somehow see me and cliff me. That's where we're at. I'm very far, and there's no bright light, so, like, realistically, they shouldn't be able to. Yeah, the other effects of Joragzlin's leadership aura that they added, yeah, that's, he's definitely a notable enemy now, which I'm sure was the goal.
First step is the hardest.
Actually need to go for the ward here.
All right then.
Haters, how you doing? In a minute? Yeah. Hope you've been doing okay.
Parasite in that corpse, brimming with potent magic.
Not gonna come in here. Ooh, the boots.
Boots have seen everything.
Yes, character boots. Move speed boots are in there. The momentum on dash. Maximum rat mode. Like how these javelins are still considered as stealing, even though I killed their owner. I used a lot of smoke powder bombs here, but I'm okay with that because that's pretty renewable. Dareth just sells some almost every rest cycle.
Time to press ahead.
And I count that as doing monk stuff because I was doing rat things and using extra attack. I didn't mean to add to where's there. No. Click the wrong thing. Grab all my throwables again. And one of the upsides of the way we handled Mizora's stuff. Yeah, that's the tactful way I'm gonna put it. We only have one use for Infernal Iron. And because I already have... should have two. One and then two here. That's chest and helmet right away. There's one for the gloves, just for free in the Masons Guilds. Sitting pretty, sitting pretty. Spring step boots. When the wearer dashes or takes a similar action during combat, they gain momentum for 3 turns. And momentum is 1.5 meters of movement speed per turn of momentum. I already have Haste Helm, which is 3 turns of momentum. So Haste Helm plus Spring Step Boots. I could have 6 turns of momentum on my first turn. Could put on, where is it? Speedy Reply for another 2 if I wanted to. But this is going to be a lot of speed. I can do Step of the Wind, dash, and outpace anything, basically.
Breathe deep and move.
So let's clear out the goblins here. And we'll be able to get access to the Mountain Pass and the Shadow Curse lands. I gotta figure out how we're handling Karnus. I could play the long game, fight him for a very long time.
Should get started.
Should get started.
That's interrupted. And throwing is so busted. Oof. An angle on them from here? I don't.
my path with corpses. Build my castle with bones.
Love that line. Dark Urge dialogue goes so hard, man.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Dror Raglan's Tadpole. I think taking Luck of the Far Realms makes the most sense. With the Tadpoles in the Crush, I can grab Perilous Stakes and Force Tunnel. Then after Zathis, I can grab Repulsor. Displace? I probably should get Displace. I think it's lower priority. I think Luck of the Far Realms.
Have to keep going.
Shadow Monk hasn't been shit. Yeah, I said it. Been pretty okay, actually. Pleasantly surprised. I can admit when I'm wrong. I think high levels of Shadow Monk are still not the play, but this amount?
No hesitation.
Here goes nothing. With haste.
Hasn't been shit. What a glowing endorsement. It's one of those things where the value, if you look at the entirety of what each monk subclass can do, all together, the value of Shadow Monk craters. But in these early levels, and especially when you're playing as cowardly as I have been, it has a lot of value. Now, once I hit level 6, in terms of damage, I am going to be hard-pressed to do anything except open hand, because it's a huge spike there. But before that point, I could do worse. Try to save this guy. Oh. I'll use an inspiration on him. I forgot to equip the other gloves. You live.
Don't give me trouble now.
Too lazy to go pick up the key. Guy's 15 XP.
Thank.
I'll replenish that inspiration elsewhere. Surprisingly well on money routing. I've been able to be a lot more spendy than I thought I would be able to. And I'm not entirely sure why. I don't know where I really got ahead. I remembered Pale Oak, and that's cool, but other than that, really no.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Had a perfect throw lined up. I should get to the rafters. Surely you can't see me from here.
And away I go. I'm coming for you.
No surprise. Fortunate. That amongst such a fun playstyle. It's very... Yeah, it's more fun than I thought it would be. I do want to give it a real shot later on at high levels with all gear available, because maybe Shadow Strike with Resonance Stone isn't awful, like resource intensive, but maybe it can be decent. It's just the problem is I would be then giving up Manifestation of Mind with Resonance Stone, which is like, alright, do I want a medium psychic number on one hit at the cost of several key points, or do I want a small psychic number on every hit for free? Pros, cons. But like I always say, all subclasses in this game are viable. Look at this movement. I could just run over here. No problem. In fact, I could run over here, improvise weapon you into you. Neuron. Up the wind dash. Here. Or you at you. Because I think it's funny. Now, I should have just hid there. I'm being greedy because I thought that would be funny. Aw. Sure. We're right in front of that statue.
Alright then.
Never actually done that before. Oh, Abdurak is here. If I thirst to kill on him and get his shit. Don't heal. Alive. It's fine. Do routing runs in the future for the other classes? Yeah. Can confirm the long rest manipulation for saving off hero works on current patch. Awesome. Thank you, Trade. Great, are you gonna stream today? I'll definitely do routing runs for other classes. Like I'm gonna need a routing run for Wizard. I'm pretty confident about Wizard mid-late game, but not really the early game. Likely not. Cool. $20 XP and his item. Bunk AoE. That was a lot in one turn. Let me run over here, slam you into you, throw that at you. Very satisfying, very fun. Yeah, these boots with this helmet, these boots have seen everything. This ring, like, move speed. I hadn't really planned on getting Infernal Robe, and the funny thing about it is Infernal Robe plus Shadow Monk takes away most of the things that I like about Zariel Tiefling. So I could probably get away with other races. The big thing I would lose is this. Advantage on Intimidation performance checks, but most checks of those variety do have decent alternatives. So I'm kind of thinking, like, what would be more optimal here? Like we talked about before, Githyanki's an okay pick. Skill proficiency, medium armor proficiency, proficiency with Falara Louvre. What's weapon enchantment +1 mean? So +1 weapons are +1 or higher is magical. Some things will have resistance to non-magical damage. And +1 is +1 to damage, +1 to hit. Duergar, Racial Invis plus Shadow Monk equals permanent invis might be a bug. What, if you activate one during the other, it just never goes away? Racial Invis plus Cloak of Shadows, yeah. Yeah? Oh, that's weird, yeah. I probably wouldn't abuse that, but that's good to know. One of my favorite things about this game and streaming this game. There's always something that somebody knows that you don't. And I think that's cool. Thanks for telling me about that option. I've definitely not played enough Duergar. It's one of those that on paper is just really, really good. I was thinking about Shield Dwarf, but I'm having trouble justifying it to myself, because you can just throw Dwarven Thrower without having proficiency and still get all the crazy benefits.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Half-Orc Cheat Death always feels safe. Earlier in the stream we discussed Wood Elf for movement. Guess that light hammer's just gone, huh? Rip. Drow, I would have to deal with Gut directly, but Drow does have some nice things. High Elf Cantrip could be pretty good. Getting access to friends. I'd get Minor Illusion from Way of Copium.
I don't need any attention right now. Time to press ahead. Fall by my hand.
Can they climb that? Does that look climbable? Please, sightlines. Please. Different throwable weapons have different, like, throwing arcs. I have crazy monk movement. I can just reposition it until I have an angle. How about from here? Still no. How about here? Okay, game. Sure. Explain to me how this path is interrupted. Well, I can throw that, so
Seems
fuck
like the
you.
best way.
Path is definitely not interrupted. But sure. A bomb can make it, but a dagger that's about the same size can't. Didn't want to use that, but I'll make sure to restock at Dareth before we move on. So, as for the rest, save these rats in case I want to stack up Killer Sweetheart at some point later. I like leaving rats for that. Go Blighted Village, and then we'll work our way back over. I'll have to go through the checkpoint. And I won't get XP from that because I already walked my way past them. But Wargfangs, more vendor trash,
Bet that will fit in my
or
pack.
practice. This is also about remembering to have Glut buff me this rest, so that's neat. I should rest for more key points, but I don't need to do that yet.
Don't want to draw any attention.
You're over there.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
One key points need a long rest, short rest. How many do you get per level? Every 2 levels you get an extra key point, I think. But every 3. You start out with 2. Yeah, I think it's every 2 levels you get an extra key point. See me, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. A short rest resource, yeah. Monks and warlocks are popular for their ability to weaponize short rests. Void Bulb here. Alchemist Fire here. It's you down there. Shoot on the 90. Burning should get you in Call the Weak range, especially with lightning charges. I can throw without fear of losing XP to crush damage, because I already got the XP from these guys.
Should mind my step.
Basically. Void Bulbs are cheap. Alchemist Fire is a little less so, but by the time we get to very late Act 2, I won't be using those anymore. So until then, I can kind of use them somewhat freely, and we should still get enough. Void Bulbs. I do have to, at some point, remember to stock up on more. If I stock up on more, I mean just refreshing Obellum's inventory for an extended period of time. Why'd you go Tiefling this round, just to try something different? Because Zariel Tieflings have really good racial passives. Now, Karlach is an Origin Zariel Tiefling you can use, and she gets her soul coin stuff and unique dialogue and situations and whatnot, which is really good. But I wanted to play Dark Urge for this run, so... Dark Urge, Zariel Tiefling. Having Dark Vision is important for throwing and ranged attacks in general. So I wanted to play a race with Dark Vision. Having Fire Resistance is also good. Situationally, the 2 smites that Zariel Tieflings get can also be desirable, particularly the Radiant one inside of Act 2. And you get a cantrip that gives you advantage on Intimidation and Performance checks. You can use as much as you like, and otherwise you'd have to be a Cleric to get access to it. Or take Magic Initiate Cleric. You get a bunch of really good features. Definitely one of the stronger player races. Oh yeah, there's that group. Yeah. They're not fully loaded in, but they are there.
Softer than a whisper, light on my feet. Here we go again.
Your friend Jimmy from school.
Best be on my way. Anything of use?
Remember me? A lot of people named Jimmy. Common name. I don't think I knew anyone named Jimmy, but maybe I'm a terrible person. You sure you got the right person, buddy? When a crit builds are is very useful. Crit with Shadow Strike plus Smite's crazy. Half orcs are also good for that kind of tech, yeah. Did I go for this dig spot? I don't think I did. Wow, rotten tomatoes in a grease bottle. Amazing. Truly one of the dig spots of all time. Now the trader is standing next to a bustable barrel, so probably another fire arrow for him. A pass without trace.
Be cautious. That took the edge off.
I'll just throw here.
Should get started.
See it. Why is this being weird? Forcibly changing my targeting there. I don't like that.
Moving ahead. Alright, time to skulk about.
Gonna move?
A knife in the dark.
Invisible, so. And kind of in the sight cone. Pass without trace moment.
Good idea, I think.
Critical fail and stealth check. Once I get advantage, that won't happen anymore. Graceful Claw, which we'll grab real soon. Famous last words. How does that put you in? Okay, sure. Whatever. I've seen someone do a Cloud of Daggers meat grinder right here. They bait the enemies right here and just carnage. Bugbear's the force. Can sense your presence, clearly.
Better be cautious.
Another step forward.
Oil a choke point, Cloud of Daggers. Yeah, yeah. You could put, like, grease down in Cloud of Daggers. Void bulb enemies into it.
Here goes nothing.
A lot of cool stuff.
That should work.
It's also your road run practice. It's certainly feeling that way, isn't it? Something I'll have to keep in mind with Rogue, though, is no extra attack. So I'll be able to throw a lot less, or fewer, like maximum 3 times in a turn, without a very big commitment to a martial class or a dip into War Cleric. You over there.
On my way.
I don't know how Rogue beats Merkel. Raid did it on Dishonor. Raid's got the strat. And that wasn't, like, one of the reset points.
Alright then. That's a friendly looking shadow.
But a big thing against Merkel is probably going to be scroll use. Full casters that get offensive spells, and then Paladin and somewhat Monk have the privilege of just playing normally against Merkel. They can, in fact, brute force. Fighter could probably manage. If we could discover an XP route that gets you to level 11 before Merkel, then Fighter and Ranger would get some insane tech available there. Does eventually run out of Merkelites.
First step is the hardest.
That's something. Extremely lengthy War of Attrition.
Best be on my way.
Barb only does brute force. Barb's great though. At least on Barb you can be tanky. Reminds me, I gotta science how Tiger's Bloodlust handles resistance, because someone made an interesting post a little while ago.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Breathe deep and move.
Where, because Tiger's Bloodlust has a half damage thing on the base damage, the way it was interacting, or the way this person was suggesting it was interacting, it didn't get reduced again by resistance. It was considered as already resisted. So that would mean that Tiger's Bloodlust does the same damage against everything. Which is kind of fucking crazy.
Alright.
Means you never have to worry about a resist. You get your normal damage. You probably don't have enough movement to get to me. I don't want to stand near the barrel. Do what you do. Gonna be the hardest solo? Rogue. Definitely Rogue. Can afford to burn key points here. Could also just kite him and keep throwing though. Definitely be faster to punch him. Feeling better. There's the stun. Why Rogue? Because in a straight fight, you have basically nothing for a straight fight on Rogue. You don't have extra attack. You don't have a lot of HP. You have no real defensive things other than evasion. Can he dodge? Somewhat high level. And you have very little control over the action economy outside of the first turn of combat or deciding when combat ends.
More for me.
So anything where you can't effectively do hit and run becomes really, really scary. And any enemy you have to hit more than once in a turn becomes extremely difficult. Because you can only attack once unless you have haste or bloodlust, or you use both your action and your bonus action to do some sort of offensive thing. I just keep moving him and he goes back to the same exact spot. Okay, what if you go here? Go there. You seem confused by that. Bloodlust be the go-to elixir? Situational, depends. Sometimes you're gonna want Vigilance against certain high initiative things. Sometimes you're gonna want Colossus for more damage. Sometimes if you're throwing, you might want one of the strength elixirs for more damage as well, and for extra jump height. You might need a resistance elixir on certain encounters for certain strats. Bloodlust is good against any situation where you have multiple enemies you want to take out in a single turn. And that's most of the game. So that's why Bloodlust is one of the best options for the entire game. Doesn't make it always the best. But it is worth mentioning that the people who non-stop talk about how OP strength elixirs are, I guarantee they have not properly leveraged Bloodlust.
Let's have a look.
Voted for Shara Cloister. Yeah, that's a great example of a place where having a lot of action economy control is the most important thing. You want to go first, and you want to do a lot on that turn. And Bloodlust is incredible for that. Get high initiative everywhere except for your elixir slot. Oh, that means take alert. And then Bloodlust. Use AoEs. Curious, how many levels of class you consider using these classes? Like, what if you did 6 monk, 6 barb as an example? I feel like as long as it is either a majority of the levels are the class, or the playstyle is the class. So, like, there was a period of the run where I was 2 druid, 1 monk. I still consider this to be compliant with being the monk run, because I was running around punching things. If I were to do 6-6, well, 50% rounded up is 100%. But it would also depend on, you know, what I'm doing. If I'm using monk movement to do things, well, that's taking advantage of monk. If I'm running around punching things, that's still a monk build. What do you do in the Grove? There we go. Did I not find? Guess I did find them all. Okay. Guys up top now. Go for 3 rogue, played like a total rat. It's a rogue run. At that point, that might be an exception to that guideline because, like, that's a rogue dip. If you're doing, say, 3 rogue and then, like, on my ranger run, I had 5 levels of Gloomstalker, and then I had 4 of champion and 3 of assassin. Still majority ranger levels. I was doing majority ranger stuff. Just I was using the subclass features of champion and assassin, benefiting from action surge, and having sneak attack, that stuff. Still ranger stuff. I feel like that wouldn't be classified as a rogue run because having extra attack is a big thing that rogue doesn't have. So I don't know. For me, that sort of violates the spirit. Go drink water. We're not going much longer. Thanks for looking out, though, little bro. I always click the wrong fucking thing. Very interesting cat, though. What if cat? On the road run, you won't use a martial class, or it's 5 levels of them? No. Most likely, we're talking at most two level dips and things, but more than likely, it'll be like your class rogue almost all of the time. Sometimes warlock dip, sometimes cleric dip. Probably don't do any dips beyond that. That's the plan anyway. Remember, I still have to do a routing run for that. Like I mentioned earlier, Trade has done that run in Dishonor, so that stuff is all applicable. I still want to do my own exploration for that, though. Mad you ended stream when I got home. Get home faster.
Looks like the booze got the better of them. They're practically unconscious.
Okay, we're gonna Step of the Wind, dash, short rest, enter turn base. Yeah, how long have I not had Ring of Fleeing on? Probably my throws felt kinda
That took the edge off. No time for mercy.
These boots have seen everything. Another day, another fight.
Easy peasy. Alright, that's the goblin camp clear. Should be absolutely everybody. I'm glad I waited till level 5 for Doraxlin. Having extra attack let me recover from getting spotted there. That was nice. Get XP for doing this. There's a chest up here. So.
What's in here?
Coverage. So, as Copium Monk, I can still do the Raphael break. You can give that pass without trace. I see. I can get that XP. A good chunk towards level 6.
A scout. I took a collection. But perhaps we need not speak of farewells.
50 XP. Bit of vendor trash.
We're ready to head to your camp.
Oh, I just said not right now, Zevlor. Fuck.
If we get separated or need to break camp fast, remember.
Is Mole's dialogue different here? I already delivered the ring, so I doubt it, but...
If any...
Oh, okay.
Don't I know it? But there's 2 more boxes after this one.
So it's true. As am I, of course.
Yeah, Aaron won't get mad at me in this timeline. An enlarged scroll, and I would like to replace that animated scroll I used. A lot of money, but worth it. Take that yet. Take that yet.
You saved us. I wish I had better, but this is all I have.
I wish you had better too, damn it. Do better next act, okay?
May time.
Oh yeah, I never dealt with this, so Sazza's dead there. Means Arca's probably dead, but eh. Everyone there, so she's gone too. Taking a practice sword makes sense, but I can wait until they're gone. I want Hat of Fire Acuity, even though I won't really have a way of applying that. I mean, I guess throwing with Flawed Helldusk. Punching with, Cinder Gloves. I'll still want that. Talk to Halsin, talk to Wrath. We didn't steal Sorrow's thing.
You took it upon yourself to undertake the Rite of Thorns.
That's a new camera angle.
I ought to exile you from this place. Forever.
Then do it.
Instead, I shall listen to the explanation that you owe me.
Huh?
An error, most grave master. I beg your grace.
Grace is bestowed by nature, not me. You will stay as a novice anew. You have forgotten the ways of the druids, the natural order of things. It is up to you to prove the lessons have been learned once more.
Still letting her off
as you
easy.
say. And so it is done, master.
That's all?
A misjudgment. One that should weigh heavily upon her.
It's just a misjudgment.
But the Grove still needs her passion.
Trying to feed a child to a snake
See why.
while spouting racially charged
I owe you
rhetoric.
my
That's just a mistake.
The Grove stands.
Don't
Nature
cancel her.
prevails. Speak to Wrath.
Fuck you, Halsin.
He will reward tomorrow.
Still trash. All they did was change camera angles there.
Let's see what this does.
We all make mistakes. I don't make that kind of mistake.
I cannot imagine taking on a camp full of gob. Of course.
I'm just here for the reward, man. The patch notes said they removed that exhausted condition, but like, okay, they didn't. I see. Here is talking to rats in camp now. Yeah, that's her idle animation. Yeah. Change it from 5e rules. It still doesn't really make any sense because the things that can get the exhaustion status can't rest. It's that bird and like some flaming fist in Act 3. Like, immersion, I guess. GGM out. Have a good one, like. I'm closing up shop pretty soon here, too. You're not going to miss anything. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Thanks for hanging out. I'm not going to wear robe summer. Anyone got anything to say here? Oh yeah, I haven't been talking to anyone, so like I have no riz. Oh wait, we can romance Lae'zel because we're not going to sacrifice her. Lae'zel.
Speak. The in your head buzzes in concert with drivel, all of it.
I thought you witless. When I come near, you're up. Do you?
Okay, cool. Lae'zel romance playthrough, I guess. Maybe this time we Well, actually, we're Dark Urge. Actually, we're Dark Urge. I need to plan a thing. So I want to get Slayer form. Or do I not want to get Slayer form? I think I want to get Slayer form. Not necessarily for me to use, although I could probably Goomba stomp things with it. Enlarge and just jump. Or like loser form. It's so trash. I wish they would stop, like, actively making it worse. Stunning Fist means Orin Rogue not as bad. Yeah. Like, for Orin Rogue, I was just gonna Stunning Strike and then click the funny button, that being Flurry of Blows, until she's dead. Like, probably Stunning Strike until it works. If I have any more main action attacks, Key Resonance, and then just Flurry of Blows. Is way worse when you didn't get multi-attack. They made it good for one update. And then they started making it worse again. It's unfortunate. But yeah, I primarily want it for, making sure Orin doesn't have it. It's just the way I get it is gonna be either killing Isabel or killing Lae'zel. I just haven't decided which. I won't need to decide yet. That'll be like one day stream stuff. Just something to consider. You got anything to say, Lacrissa?
Hope you're enjoying the night, hero.
Yeah, she seems fine. No Alfira needed. Who are you?
You won't have to worry about us anymore. Watch out, Bald.
Who were you? I don't remember you.
So,
Foster.
when
Killing Aelin, you can still do the Darkness Murder at Moonrise before the act end. Which one are you referring to? Mustard. I'm confused. Will over here having sad boy hours? Oh yeah, he is. Gorilla's sneaking around in the bushes somewhere over there. Standing at the door to Moonrise after you kill Merkel. But at that point, you're saying no, she'll die if I kill Aelin. And I have no reason to kill Aelin after sparing her the first time. The reason why I'm killing Aelin is for her not to be in the Merkel arena. I'm pretty long tonight. I'm finishing up soon. It's been 8.5 hours. Holy shit. The only reason I would kill Aelin is before Merkel. No. Same with Isabel. Yeah. Alright. Good.
buzz of
See, I'm
celebrating,
gonna.
you've picked up a few pleasant. Your heart's.
Alright, Frog Lady, yes.
Let me show you.
Yes, leaves.
Close your eyes.
Intimidation.
And submit.
No, I'm the top.
I am. You. It's time to rise. Dawn.
Yeah, okay.
I trust you in the journey specifically. Any who
Stop
linger,
talking.
nature speaks to me.
I'm gonna feed you to Orin.
If you can find this place, the
Go away.
decision is yours. And I've long sought to return. I've chosen a successor as first troop. This is why I chose French. Now.
I strongly dislike Halsin. Like, a lot. He's just the worst. It's quite we know. I wasn't sure if you picked up on that. You're perceptive. I'm proud of you. Oh, Felicia, you permitted that term? Normally it's me doing all the cursed things. What is it that ticked Automod off? Oh, wanna bang is what Automod didn't understand. It was a little confused. You're just always faster. Speedrunner in all things. XP for going into the Underdark. Next time, just say what apps. That doesn't tick Automod off. Yeah, apparently. So, we're gonna have to punch Raphael. I haven't really been able to hit him. We have enough key points, probably. I have a tenacity weapon in storage that I'm proficient with. Case. So this will be forced rest. Yes.
Unable to speak. You are 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 unable to speak.
You know you're unable to speak?
You are unable to speak.
What gives you that idea?
You are unable to speak. 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 You are unable to speak.
Not getting off soon. It'll take like 5 minutes.
You are unable
and then we'll be done. It hasn't even been 9 hours. even ate food today. I had a cinnamon roll before stream, and then a cinnamon roll during stream.
You are unable to speak. You are unable to speak.
Really letting myself cut loose there.
You are unable to speak. You are unable to speak.
Oh yeah, we were gonna test to see if Monk's unarmored movement works with Helldusk armor. It's like, it doesn't impede rage.
You are unable
Weirdly.
to speak. You are unable 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 to
This no longer gives me all her shit at the boss encounter.
You are unable to speak. You are unable to speak.
I guess this would go faster if I
You are unable to speak.
made Raphael wet, but Raphael stun locked. This is just optimal. We gotta have him have the black eye in all of his conversations throughout the game. Scratch? Scratch is a little curious as to what's happening here.
You are unable to speak.
Get out of the danger zone, boy.
You are unable to speak.
This is part in all the other runs. Yeah. It's certainly a thing. Well, this confirms it still works in patch 6, so.
You are unable to speak. You are unable.
Monk's got a pretty good hit rate, because Tavern Brawler is stupid. I did pop a strength pot here to get in the +5 strength bracket. Maybe mildly wasteful, but
You are unable to speak.
we're doing okay on money, so I can always buy mats from Dareth and Blurk. We're not that far off from getting access to Mighty Cloth. The question is, Mighty Cloth versus Graceful Cloth.
Unable to speak.
I don't know which one I want to purchase more urgently. Probably Graceful Cloth, because I can get the Irage Potion to get to 20 strength that way.
You are unable to speak.
Thank you, sir. Able to be a companion. If you mean Raphael, no. There we go. Helldusk armor, 1400 XP. And he's got that condition, Inevitable Resolve, where he will get up after a turn every time. Oh, he doesn't infinitely generate money anymore each time you knock him out. That's cool. Hi, stranger.
Well met. I am Raphael. Very much at your service.
With
It's
the shiner.
Not every day one meets such a cavalier sinner as yourself.
Come on, man.
A true
Acting like nothing happened.
pleasure.
Walk away while you still have legs to walk with.
It looks like a tiefling, but it speaks like a beast. Must be the surroundings.
Will you have the armor later? No.
And lonesome. One feels
I also
so
won't get the XP if I fight him later.
Quaint little scene is decidedly too middle of nowhere for my taste.
Haste come? No. Sir. This is a family.
There, middle of somewhere.
I don't know.
It might just be.
Take the free food.
Am I a friend? I could fix it all. Hope.
Don't we be rude to him. His ego won't allow him to even acknowledge the massive beatdown. Clearly, yeah. Alright, let's see. Unarmored movement, unarmored defense. Are still there. Okay, 15 meters of movement. Meters of movement. That's silly. I don't like that. Huh. So yeah, this heavy armor doesn't turn off monk features that turn off if you're not wearing armor. Or if you are wearing armor, rather. Huh. And we still look cool. Although the drip of Infernal Rope is still unmatched. Working as intended. It's just funny. And we get a free rest for no camp supplies. Scratch still hasn't given me his ball. Something I'm gonna want soon. So... tomorrow... no stream tomorrow, because tomorrow's Sunday. But Monday, first thing we're gonna have to figure out is how the fuck I'm dealing with Karnus. That's gonna be a head scratcher. Because they buffed Karnus like 5 million different ways. Yeah, it's gonna be a whole thing now. Look at this cat. He's extremely cat. Who could cat a cat like this? Much weight. Oh, something even stupider, you can use mage armor. Really? No way, man. Okay, the AC didn't go up. Okay. But the condition doesn't go away. Okay. Doesn't remove it either, though. Yeah, the condition didn't go away. If I change to something else, it's still, present. It's good. It's relevant. Yeah, let me... Oops, there.
Don't mind if I do.
Oh, so we're gonna check Esther's inventory. I guess we go for the persuade. It's high DC though.
You know, look over there. Honestly, I was doing hogwash of course. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
Whatever. DC 21, like, ugh.
What news of our little... Very well, but I'll make note of how much time you waste trawling through baubles.
So... Oh yeah, they corrected this to work on multi-instance stuff, according to a post. So, like, that's cool, I guess. There's not many multi-instance cold things, though. I guess if you Drake Throat cold on, like, a bow, do, like, a special arrow, or slashing flourish. Kind of makes sense. Gloves of Cinder and Sizzle. Unarmed attacks deal an additional 1 to 4 fire damage. That's going to be good to combine with Hat of Fire Acuity, and also its use of Scorching Ray. It also has Cacophony, which I might want for dealing with Scrying Eyes as an emergency option for that. And she's got Graceful Cloth. But we all know how one handles Esther in this house. You know how Esther deserves to be treated. Never lives beyond this conversation for me. Same. I do need to make sure I beat her in initiative, though.
Happy up.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
I'm gonna go for that ambulance. Maximize healing is nice for out of combat. Yeah, she happened to drop it. Nice for when you're chugging potions, yeah. With their entire inventory in the container, they drop everything. I'm aware. That I choose not to do that because that's a little too cheesy. I do it moderately because Infinite Gold is online very early. Technically, respecking characters is Infinite Gold. Once you have Halsin and/or Minthara, traveling back to Act 1 is Infinite Gold. It's just slow. So this is just that faster. But I don't abuse it to the maximum. Because that would just kind of devalue vendors as an entire thing. And I can go to camp 2. Really offload my alchemy pouch to Ale.
What path lies before me?
Okay. Level 5, reasonably close to level 6. We're not going to want to do any combats in the Shadow Curse lands, or at least nothing against shadows until we are level 6, because that's when we go open hands, and also when our fists become magical. So probably more Underdark stuff. Yeah, I could get Guts Shield of Faith to be at 23 AC right now. without having Ring of Protection on. Running around 23 AC is nice. But that's it for today for me. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Tomorrow, scheduled day off. Monday, more of this. I stream 6 days a week. Started around 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. Those of you who are new. And I hope you've been enjoying the content. Trade is on. We're gonna raid trade if you want more Baldur's Gate. Trade Secret is doing Honor Solo Rogue. And I'm gonna be lurking there while I eat my dinner, so. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle or Quag Scratch, either. But thank you so much, everybody. I've been having a lot of fun with this, and it's good to see you guys are been hanging out too, at least a little bit. More on Monday. Bye-bye.